said present versus I. Okay, approval of the agenda. Are there any changes? Wow. Excellent. Okay, so I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
I'll make a motion through the chair to approve the agenda.
Thank you.
I'll second.
All right, roll call, please.
Vice President, President Polito,
Aye.
Vice President Wilson,
Yes.
Trustee Diona,
Yes.
Trustee Shibomihi.
Aye.
All right, motion carries 4-0. And that will take us into closed session. Are there any speakers for our closed session matters?
No
If there
hand.
are, please raise your hand and we will call on you before we go into closed session.
No hand.
Okay. Seeing that there are none, we will now go into closed session and resume at approximately 7:15 p.m. See you all on the other side.
Okay. Okay, we're back. Just started. It's gonna be a short meeting.
Do we have Maria Elena? No. All right, let's give her a minute.
Here yet.
Solomon, she's not here.
No, not yet. She's not. No.
Or give her one more minute. Okay, let's see. Okay, so we are resuming to open session at 7:17 p.m. There were no changes to the agenda. Item 3A, there was nothing to report, no discussion was held, and 3B was approved 3-1 with trustee Gaona voting against. So that will take us to the approval of minutes. Are there any questions or comments? The board meeting minutes from November 19th. If there are none, I will entertain a motion to approve.
Through the chair, I'll make a motion to approve item 5A.
I'll second.
You roll call, please.
President Polito,
Aye.
Vice President Wilson,
Yes,
Trustee Shibomihin.
Aye.
Okay, the December 3rd, 2020 board meeting minutes. If there are no questions or comments, I will entertain a motion to approve those as well.
through the chair.
Yes.
Then I'll make the motion that we approve of the minutes.
Second.
You roll call, please.
President Polito,
Aye.
Vice President Wilson,
Yes,
Trustee Shibomihin.
Aye.
Motion carries 3-0. For future reference, I think we could probably put minutes under consent agenda,
oh,
but that's just kind of a side comment. Okay, we are at item 6, and that is from the floor. And at this point, we invite the public to speak to the board on any matter not related to the agenda we have before us today. So anything that is not agendized, you're able to speak on at this time. The board sits as a hearing body. We cannot take action. We can only direct the superintendent for follow-up. And you have 2 minutes to speak. So if anyone would like to speak, please raise their hand. Our IT director will call on you.
I see no hands raised. No hands.
Okay. All right, so let's move on to, this is not letting me exit. Here we go. Okay, so let's move on to the consent agenda. I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
through the chair. If there aren't any other items pulled, I will make the motion that we approve of the consent agenda, items 7A through H.
And I'll second.
All right, roll call, please.
President Polito,
Aye.
Vice President Wilson,
Aye.
Trustee Shibomi.
Aye.
Motion carries 3-0. And that will take us to our special recognitions for today. And we kick off this special recognition section by recognizing and acknowledging the years of service of our very own Vice President, Trustee Sharifa Wilson, who is with us tonight. We wanted to find a moment before he formally retires, although we'll always be an active citizen and participant of all things related to, I think, Ravenswood and East Palo Alto. And we just wanted to provide a moment to acknowledge your years of service. And we draft a proclamation, and I would like to read it off. So this is the proclamation, and it's in honor of Sharifa Wilson for her service to the Ravenswood City School District and for her invaluable contributions to the community at large. Whereas Sharifa Wilson received her bachelor's degree from New York University, where she was a Martin Luther King Scholar. Whereas Ms. Wilson is a proud mother and grandmother. Whereas Ms. Wilson worked as an educator, community activist, and civic leader in East Palo Alto for over 20 years. Where Ms. Wilson served as a member of the East Palo Alto City Council for 12 years, where she was mayor for 3 years and vice mayor for 5 years. Whereas Ms. Wilson was elected to the Ravenswood City School District Board on November 2008 and served 12 years with passion and dedication. Whereas Ms. Wilson served as a teacher in the Ravenswood City School District from 1981 to 84. Whereas Ms. Wilson was a site director of college track in East Palo Alto for 6 years, where she encouraged students to strive for academic excellence and advocated for resources and opportunities to be available for all students. Whereas Ms. Wilson is an admired and relentless advocate for students of the Bellhaven and East Palo Alto area. And now, therefore, be resolved, the Board of Ravenswood City School District of the San Mateo County hereby expresses gratitude to Sharifa Wilson for her service to the Ravenswood City School District and for her invaluable contributions to the community at large. Be it further resolved that the Board of the Ravenswood City School District wishes Sharifa Wilson much success and joy in her future endeavors and expresses its hope for her continued health and happiness. Be it further resolved that a copy of this proclamation will be presented to Ms. Sharifa Wilson as a token of our respect. And be it further resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Ravenswood City School District passed and adopted this proclamation at a regular meeting held on the 10th day of December 20 by a following vote. So I will entertain a motion to approve this proclamation.
Through the chair,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to approve this proclamation honoring the great trustee, vice president, mayor, vice president, teacher, auntie, mama Sharifa.
And I second that nomination. Roll call, please.
President Polito,
Aye.
Vice President Wilson,
I get to vote on it? Aye.
Trustee Shibomi.
Aye.
Motion carries 3-0. And we're not done. We wanted to present, we want to give you a round of applause first.
Thank you.
And our superintendent will now present this beautiful vase here
Oh,
to
nice.
commemorates your time with Ravenswood City School District. And it has a special message. Gina, did you want to read it?
Yes, and these are words also crafted by President Polito. 12 years of service, Sharifa Wilson, Ravenswood City School District. We honor your dedication and service to our schools and community. Your devotion and hard work made a difference for Ravenswood students and families. Thank you.
Nice. That's beautiful. Thank you.
Yes.
Absolutely. And we want to be able to give anyone an opportunity to say some few words, whether it is staff, the public, or board members, to do so at this time.
Through the chair,
Hold on.
somebody else going or am I
Go
going?
ahead, let Tam go.
Okay. Well, I'll start us off because I'll start crying and getting emotional and stuff when people start talking. So I'll make it short and sweet and just say, Trustee Wilson, aka Mama Sharifa, my neighbor who lives down the street. It's been a privilege to be able to sit at the dais with you these past 2 years. As I joked, a few minutes ago, you've worn so many hats here in East Palo Alto in this community, and I'm sure throughout this entire country, maybe even globally. But you've been a council member, a trustee, a president, a mayor, vice mayor, a site director, and you've worn all these hats just with so much pride and integrity, and pride for yourself, for your neighbors, for your city, for your community, your district, and that service. I just want to say thank you for that, because that's not an easy task. It's a heavy thing. You take it home with you, right? When you go to sleep at night, it's on your mind, the decisions, the votes, the very hard votes, the controversy, the impact. And it's both a blessing and a burden, I think, to carry such responsibility. And you've done it so well and for so long, 24 years. I can't even imagine. I'm like, how am I going to even make it through the next 2 years? I don't know. So just want to say thank you, Sharifa. It's been a blessing to me personally, again, to witness you in these seats, and to have you as a neighbor, and to have you as a trustee alongside me and Anna here in the work. So thank you.
Thank you, Tam.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Thank you, Trustee Chabot Maheen. I know that our Mayor Regina Wallace Jones is in the audience, and she's come here to be a part of this moment. So I'm going to ask Mr. Solomon Hill to please allow Miss Regina Wallace to speak.
Let's see. I don't see her. Am I miss? Oh, there she is. A lot of people tonight. Okay, she should be. Yep, there she is.
I almost panicked. I was thinking, oh my goodness, they can't see me. How can I tell them I'm here? So I just wanted to stop by tonight to say some very, very important words, both personally and also as a representative from the city. The first is, I remember very clearly when I ran for city council, there were a short list of people that I met with to decide whether it was the right thing for me to do. And I remember sitting across from you at the Japanese restaurant in Menlo Park, talking about why I wanted to run. And I remember you pressing me really hard on themes, promises, commitments, focus, campaign aura, campaign team. I could not imagine a better mentor in that moment. And what I say frequently is that you can tell the great leaders by the leaders that they meant in their leading. I think that when you look back over the last 24 years, you will run out of fingers and toes if you're honest with yourself about the number of people whose lives you have changed the trajectory for by helping to ment them as leaders while you were leading. And for me, that is a tremendous, tremendous mark of leadership. I want to express my personal gratitude to you as the immediate former mayor of the city of East Palo Alto. I want to thank you for always leaning in, for always being a tremendous partner, for always doing the large and small details of not just the school board, but the city, the sanitary district, the county, the nonprofits. I mean, the list goes on in terms of the fact base that you keep at your fingertips. It is not easy to stay on top of any one of these areas from an information perspective, and how you manage to juggle them all is something that is a skill, a gift, an art, and a great, great talent that you exhibit. As we moved through the age of COVID, the pandemic, and evaluated together how to best support the city and the school district in our journey to keeping families safe, as we talked about food and feeding programs, as we talked about locations for testing, even as we talked about issues such as fireworks. I mean, we've covered the gamut in terms of the number of issues that we have engaged on as city officials. I want this audience to know, because we have often different people that engage with the city council than that engage with the school district, that you are one of the greatest partners, friends, always willing to be open to discussion and dialogue. And the part that I love about you most is that you're committed to problem solving. You don't do a whole lot of just talking. You really want to get problems solved. And so my heart joins you in that. There's a piece of me that is sad that you are leaving public office now. There's a piece of me that is rejoicing because maybe you'll have even more time for us on the city side of the house. I just know that this city has benefited so tremendously from your gifts and your sacrifice of love, labor, time, and commitment. You will never, ever be forgotten in this home. You will never, ever be forgotten in this city. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your service. And thank you for your undying love to the people of this city.
Thank you, Regina. I really appreciate you saying that.
Yes. Thank you for being here with us and for sharing those kind words. Thank you very, very much. Solomon, I know that we had another speaker with the last name Wilson. I don't know if she.
Oh, Shante.
Yes, there are 3 more speakers.
Wilson was
The next
that-
one is Shanta Wilson, who I'm going to promote to panelist. And do they have 2 minutes?
Yes, thank you. Hi, everybody. I'm Shantae Wilson. I just want to tell that is my aunt, and I'm constantly impressed just by her performance, all of the kind words, just everything that she's done for the community, and all while still being able to be an amazing aunt to me and my children, never missing anything, always being there and keeping us so connected with East Palo Alto and what's important to the people. So I say to my auntie, thank you so much for everything you've done. And we're happy that we'll get more time with you.
Thank you, Shante.
All right, Solomon, who do we have next? Miss White or Miss Johnson? Okay, I believe that is Miss Rhonda White. You can unmute yourself. There you go.
Hi, my name is Rhonda White, and I'm the president of the Ravenswood Teachers Association, and I'm so happy to be here and be a part of this celebration. Sad that we couldn't do it in person, but it makes sense because we all need to be safe. You know, we haven't always had the best of relationships, Sometimes we fight, sometimes we argue. We do it publicly, we do it through text, we do it in person. But the one thing I always knew, that your intentions were for this city, and more importantly, for these students and for these families. And so for that, I can say thank you. I appreciate you. We appreciate what you've done. I didn't want this time to pass. I'm sad to see you go because you bring so much to the community. I mean, I've known you as Mama Sharifa, Miss Wilson, all that. But I think what I love about you is your gut, your grit, your willingness to speak the truth and speak it loudly and clearly. And so we appreciate that, because it's always been about the kids and what's best for them in the city of East Palo Alto. I know your intention was to see Cesar Chavez, Ravenswood Middle School, all the way through, to see the last nail done, the last road, the last building built. And so I know you're reluctant to be leaving with that outdone, with that piece not done, but I know we are left in good hands, and you will be watching from your house around the corner with those grandbabies. And so we know that you know how to call in, you know how to write a letter, you know how to send an email, and you know how to ring the troops. And so we will make sure that we do right by the city of East Palo Alto, and that we have a middle school that is befitting and is well deserved of our students and families, so that they can have the educational success and continue to be productive members of not just our society, but more importantly, that they come back to East Palo Alto and grow the city. You've been here since it's been Nairobi Center. Before that, people don't remember those pieces, Whiskey Gulch and other things. So it's important. So I was planning on leaving your gift from RTA at the board, in the boardroom, but I realized it would only be able to be shown if it was just right behind Solomon. So I took it to Gina's office, because I'm like, I'm not in a queue, so I can't have it behind me. But I just wanted you to know we're thankful for your time here, and we appreciate it. And that's a couple different plants that could be kept in that planter or can be grown to represent the seeds that you have planted. And these are young seedlings. And so you've got seeds that have been planted and they're growing. And we hope that we hope and know you will continue to grow them and you will be around. So RTA thanks you, and we appreciate your many years of service.
Thank you, Rhonda. Thank you.
Next is Shanice Stevenson. I'm promoting you, Shanice. And you should be able to speak if you unmute yourself now.
Well, I've been promoted. That's a new term for me, for Zoom. Sharifa, I wanted to thank you for all the work that you have done in the city. From the Bay Area community, I have several hats. From the Bay Area Community Health Advisory Council, thank you to you and the city council, to the school board for supporting flavored tobacco and the work that we were doing around that. You were the first school district to actually really give us a support letter. And I was like, wow, that was easy. So thank you all. And I know that all of you all just spoke for us and really helped us to really educate the city council so that they can make a decision whether or not to support flavored tobacco restrictions in our community to support the health of our children. The other thing I want to talk about is that in running, I ran for the school board for Sequoia. You were one of the early people I talked to. And I was trying to talk my way out of it. And you helped me to understand clearly why would you be doing this? And I was like, oh, okay, let me keep thinking about that one. But eventually I came back and said, yes, I'm going to run. And my husband said, Sharif is a good person to know. He says, out of all the city council people when he was working for the city, he said she was always prepared. And I was like, okay, I need to model myself after Sharifa. I don't think I'll be as gutty as you are and a risk taker, but I'll do it differently. I'll be a social worker. And then the last thing I wanted to really recognize you for is I really want to talk about my daughter who did the protest in the summer. And what people don't know is that you were one of the early ones who called her, sat her down over the phone and said, what you walking for? What's your action plan? And you talked her through that process. Now, she didn't have one while you were sitting there, but by the time the process was done, she was like, okay, this is what I'm walking for. This is what I want, right? And you helped her to figure out what that plan was, because she was just gonna walk. And so it's nice to have a teacher come along and model for our students. For a person who doesn't have my elders around, the ones I grew up with, I know how important elders are. I know how someone who has had a different lived experience than myself is really important, especially if they're of a different generation. And so my kids don't always get to be around a different generation. And so for you to take that time out, I might cry. When I was most scared for her to do that protest, because I was like, what does this mean? What is it going to look like? And for you to wrap your arms around her and help guide her, along with the many people in East Palo Alto that just loved her and supported her idea, I will forever write that down in the memories of the Stevensons, and we'll be sharing that with her children. And my hope is to one day, as I grow in my wisdom, that I'm able to part that as a model of what you've done for my kids. So thank you.
Thank you, Shanice. I appreciate you saying that.
You're welcome.
There are two more speakers. The first is, I'm going to say it wrong, Allende Tate. Maybe I didn't say it wrong.
Is that your son, Miss Sharifa Wilson? Okay.
Yes, that is my son.
That is me. That is me. Hello, everyone. Mom, congratulations. This is a really awesome accomplishment. It's been quite literally most of my life that you have been in public service.
Yeah.
It's a pretty awesome feat, and you really have motivated me to get into education and to, really pay it forward and make sure that we have a future behind us. The fact that you've been doing this since I don't know how long, in terms of school and in terms of working with kids, it's been such a magical sight to kind of see people grow and the influence you've had on so many people out there. And I'm honestly just extremely thankful that you are honestly stepping down so that you can spend time with your grandkids. There's one who is turning 2 tomorrow, as well as another one who will be here shortly. So, we are looking forward to, you being able to travel a lot more freely, and coming out this way and spending as much time as you can, and bringing that influence that you've had on all of these other kids, including myself and my friends and all that good stuff. But bringing that and putting that towards our kids and your grandkids, and just really honestly thankful for the impact you've had on the community, on me, on my peers, just so many voices out there. It's just, yeah, really can't say enough.
Thank you, hon.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
that, son.
Definitely.
Thank you for joining us, and it's great
Yeah.
to meet you, even if virtually. We've heard
Nice to officially meet you all as well.
you and your family and her grandkids, and she's very proud of how she raised you and how you're raising your children. So great to meet you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And thank you, Mom. Really appreciate all that you've done.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I've promoted Mele Latu next.
Okay.
You can unmute yourself.
We can't hear you, Mela.
Take two. Sharifa, I'm here representing the board of Anamatangi Polynesian Voices. On behalf of our organization, as well as a lot of the PIs, we just want to say thank you for your service. You've been dedicated not only to the PIs, but our community as a whole. And I'm so thankful and grateful to have worked alongside you on many projects and initiatives. And so on behalf of Anamatangi and all of your brothers and sisters here, Mama D and Papa Center, who can't be here right now, we just want to say thank you, and we really appreciate and we love you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
And I believe we have one more speaker.
Sorry, that's the last hand raised.
Oh, yes. This is Glenda Savage.
Ah,
And how is everyone? And I just wanted to say to everybody, I'm actually really proud of Sharifa for all the time and that she has placed into doing community work. I literally have been there since the beginning of it all. And her son can attest to that. And so it's like, I'm just proud of her. And I think that she's definitely do the work that she has done. She's really earned her ability to retire. And so I just wanted to kind of diddle everybody's voices and words of wisdom, and just keep praying for her. And so I just wanted to say thank you for all the work that you all have done, doing what you're doing, and at the same time, her doing what she does. So thank you very much, and I love all y'all. I think I know most of you, so take care.
Okay.
there are two more speakers.
All right.
Odiambo, I believe that's Mela. You can speak now, Mela. Unmute.
Am I on?
Yes, we can see you. In
Sharifa, you know, there's a sadness about you leaving public service, but I know it's not true, because as long as there are problems in the community, Sharifa is always you know, and that has been the case from the very time that she ran for political office, when she ran for city council. The one thing that I will share with the public is this. When she first ran for city council, we thought she was running for the wrong office. She was very passionately interested in children and interested in children's education. And then Bomani Siwatu, who also served on the board, on the Ravenswood City School District Board, was more interested in city matters. So we thought each one of them was running for the wrong office. We felt, the school district was more her place, and Bomani was the city. So, but in any case, it worked out extremely well, because Sharifa brought a lot of things to the city council. One thing was being a teacher and having gotten used to having to prepare lesson plans and so on and so forth. Sharifa came to every single meeting prepared, and she established a whole different culture in the then city council in terms of having read the whole packet, however big it was. She had read every single item on it, and had an opinion on a lot of issues. And regardless of whether you agreed with her or not, you certainly appreciate the amount of work that she did, you know, to buttress any argument that she put forward. And I'm going to talk about her primarily from the city background, because I was working for the city at that particular time. But if there's one thing I appreciated was exactly that. She did come prepared. And whether she agreed with the staff reports that we presented or not, you know, we respected her for that, because, you know, that was something that had been lacking, you know, from several councils. And I certainly witnessed the same thing with the school district. On the school board, you can call Sharifa opinionated, but it's an opinionatedness that is backed with fact. And if she's wrong, she'd admit it. If she needs to change her position, she would do that. But you've got to provide her with the appropriate arguments and the appropriate reasoning. And I've always respected that. Now, I know you're retiring from quote unquote public service, but I know a lot of us are going to encounter you somewhere else, exercising that intelligence, that passion, that deep concern for changing things for the better, whether it's for a segment of the population or for the whole entire city. You always want to make things better. And you have accomplished that both in the city and I do believe in the school district. So congratulations on your retirement, but I know we're gonna meet you at battles. Thank you.
Thank you, Maida. You know you'll be seeing me.
So true.
Thank you. I believe we have one more speaker and then we'll wrap up. Solomon.
Sorry, I was on mute. Olatunde is promoted now.
Mama Sharifa, council members, what an honor to say thank you. I just tuned in and got to hear the eloquent words of Brother Maida. And I just want to say that since I've been around this community, you have been a leader and you have given permission for people like myself to now look up and to see what a lifetime, what a generation can do. For me, to be able to walk around people like yourself who have contributed to the making of a city. Now the world's ahead of us. What could our generation do? What could the next generation of leaders do? And we have people like you who have now served in multiple arenas, who have now led in multiple arenas, who have created legacies to now build our own. And I just want to say thank you. I want to say on behalf of my younger children who also wanted to weigh in, to say thank you, because they too get to enjoy a community and a city that is built by you and so many others. And so thank you, congratulations. I know that the next chapter is going to look and even more beautiful than what you've done now. It doesn't come without challenge. I know it doesn't come without just an uphill climb, but I pray that this next chapter is full of good memories. It's full of good reflections on this community, full of strengthened relationships, and cheers to your legacy and the many more to come.
Thank you, Tunde.
Thank you for your words. Okay, so Superintendent Sidaria is going to share her screen, I believe, because she led efforts to put a kudo board together for comments and appreciation posts. So Superintendent Sidaria.
Yes, Trustee Wilson, we'll have this going a little bit longer, but I want to let you know that we shared this kudo board with many community members, and many have had a chance to add to the kudo board. So you have rep board members, you have Diane Otterby, a lot of the folks that have just come across your path, Carol Thompson from all 5. And so we'll keep this open for you. And I simply also want to share my sentiments in regards to just thank you for always saying what you mean and mean what you say. Always. I admire that. I admire how you are bold, straightforward, and resolute with your stance on issues, especially as it pertains to students. I specifically remember too, your leadership as you were helping us transition through the school merge and processing the board, having the board go through the process of making that decision, and how strategically you divvied up where the board was on issues, and we came to a consensus. And that is some leadership that I hope to model. You've created a foundation for us to build upon and to continue the good work. Thank you for being you, and thank you for being direct. We know who you are because you say what you mean. So thank you.
Thank you, Gina.
And
That's a beautiful board. Thank you.
Yes.
lastly, Trustee Wilson, if Superintendent Starr, you can stop sharing your screen for me.
I'm gonna try to figure that out. Or maybe Solomon can help me.
Okay. So lastly, Trustee Wilson, I just want to give you a few comments before we move on. You are the last board member that was on the board when I first started, and that was some time ago. I remember when I first came on board, your presence has always been very strong, and there was a level of intimidation of a 20-something-year-old entering your sphere, but immediately I felt like you embraced me and showed me kindness, and I remember there was a board member at the time, because I was so new, I'd asked so many questions, almost too many questions, she said, right? And you were like, no, I like that she's asking the questions. That means that she's cared and she's interested and she's engaged. And so it goes to speak to your ability to empower others to use their voice and to not shy away from who they are. I've been in so many rooms with you where it doesn't matter who the audience is, you are speaking on behalf of East Palo Alto, of Ravenswood, and the students they serve. It doesn't matter how affluent or who they are, where they come from. You're letting them know East Palo Alto is present, and East Palo Alto needs to be heard, and so does Bellhaven. So I appreciate and admire that from you. We are going to miss your meticulous eye. You know, nothing gets past you. We're all our game to fill the very deep void that you're leaving in that regard. And I honestly appreciate and value you, because I know in recent times we've had difficult decisions to make, but we've been on this board long enough to have experienced other difficult times. And I can say every time we served on a board during a difficult decision since the beginning that I've been on the board, there was always, sometimes we lose a board member or two during difficult times. But every single time I was at a difficult meeting, having to make difficult decisions, you were the one person that was always there. You never, ever stepped away from a difficult conversation, from a difficult decision. You showed up and, you know, you let your voice be heard and you made your vote count. And I respect that. That's not an easy thing to do. We're all public servants, and sometimes the conversations and the decisions are so challenging that the pressure weighs. And sometimes people need to step back, and no one is judging that. But I definitely respect that every single time I turned to my right or my left, you were there on a consistent basis. I'm gonna miss your passion. And I'm gonna miss just, you feel so familiar to me as a colleague. You feel so familiar, but I know you're very much deserving the time off. You're giving your entire life to public service, and I'm sure your family is going to appreciate that you are now going to be able to dedicate more time to them. And I know that this is not a goodbye. This is a see you soon.
Thank you, Anna. I appreciate that. Can I have a few minutes to say something?
Absolutely.
Good. So I must admit that after 12 years, this is going to be an adjustment for me. When I think back over the years and I realize literally thousands of hours that I've spent focused on the school board. And I've always taken that responsibility very seriously, because I realize that the decisions that we make have a direct impact on children. And I know that there's times that people didn't agree with my opinion or my decision. And I learned not to take it personally, but to consider all the factors and to make those decisions that I thought were in the best interest of the children. I was interviewed for an article and they asked me what am I most proud of during the time that I served on this board. And one of the things that I want to say that I'm very proud of is us being out from under the RSIP court decree. That court decree cost us millions of dollars over 15 years. And we were in a position where we started out every year with less money than our surrounding districts. And then because of the court order, we literally had to take $4 to $5 million and put it in a separate account and not touch it. And so that gave us even more of a deficiency in terms of being able to provide the kinds of services that we wanted to provide to our district. I'm very proud of that, and that now we're finally out from under that. So the district doesn't have to carry that burden. I'm also proud and appreciative of the opportunity to serve as a board member. I've come to know many of the staff, the administration, and my fellow board members. And I want to thank you all for giving me the chance to work with a group of individuals that are so dedicated and devoted to the children. I lead this district with a strategic plan in place, an administration who is working to ensure that the work is done in a collaborative, inclusive way, a competent staff, and an increased parent engagement. Though there are going to continue to be many challenges that this district is going to face, I know that the district has strong support both in and outside of the community. And I'm sure with the continued efforts that the district will survive and it'll thrive in the future, because I think that the right people are in the right place and this is the right time. Finally, I want to thank my family for allowing me to take hours away from them to do this work. And my son was right. When I started on the city, he was 6, and now he's 36. And so for me, it's been all of his life practically. And so he's had to make a number of sacrifices as well as the other family members. So I'm looking forward to spending more time with them, especially because I'm going to have a new grandbaby and I have my Vera. Thank you all for attending my meeting, my family. I really appreciate it, especially Allende, because you're up really late and I know that. And I'm looking forward to spending time with them. And again, I really want to appreciate, I feel like I'm walking away from this, not with no anxiety. 4 years ago, I wouldn't have felt the same way. But now I feel like the district really is in good hands. The district has a group of people that are really focused on moving us forward and doing what's best for children. And as I said, it's been my pleasure and privilege to be part of the team. So I want to thank you all also, and thank you for the recognition.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And with those final words, we conclude this special recognition. And again, thank you. And that will lead us to our next recognition that has to do with staff recognition as part of our strategic plan. Some of our milestones and initiatives were to find opportunities to recognize and celebrate staff. And about two months ago, or 2 board meetings ago, probably 2 months ago, we kicked off board recognitions based on our core values. And the first one was being student-centered. And now tonight we are going to take the opportunity to recognize staff who were nominated and selected to be recognized for our core value of empowerment. And just to let the public know, remind ourselves, our core value is empowerment, and it is described as we work in partnership with children, families in our community to encourage self-advocacy and engage in decision-making. So I will now ask Superintendent Sidari to take it away and share with us about our awesome staff for being recognized tonight.
Great. I want to thank you, Trustee Polito, for the introduction, and also to our HR Director, Tony Stone, who's helped initiate this work. We do have staff who will acknowledge and read the staff who are going to be recognized today. So our first is
Fidel. It's a real honor to recognize Fidel for this and sort of kick it off. For those of you who haven't had the pleasure of meeting him, he is the Child Nutrition and Education Manager. So he oversees our kitchen staff at Castaño School of the Arts and Los Robles, Ronald McNair. He's been with the team for a really long time. Just want to sort of read June's comment here. Fidel continues to contribute to the success of Child Nutrition Education Department by engaging 100% of his team to meet the objectives and goals of our operations. He empowers his team to support him in making decisions and in being flexible during the pandemic. He and his team understand their role in supporting our department vision by taking care of the needs of our district families, community, and department. Fidel is always super engaged with the students and any student activities that happen at the district connected with child nutrition education. He motivates and encourages the students to learn from the events, and Fidel continues to remain open to always learn and grow in his position to better the operations of the department. He also empowers and supports his team to continue the development for themselves for the same reason. Fidel's been one of the first people I had the sort of privilege of meeting here in the district, and just one of the nicest guys, and I'm just so glad that we're able to honor him tonight. I will keep us moving to the next person.
Yes, and I believe we do have some of our staff here present, but we'll pull them up, Solomon, after we go through.
Good evening, trustees. Our next honoree is Salvatore Germano, and I'm going to read what was written him by John Delamano, a third grade teacher at Castaño School of the Arts. I have been working in this district for only a few years, but it never ceases to amaze me how many students Salvatore Germano has had an impact on. Countless students have returned to campus to come pick up a younger sibling, and they don't just recognize Sal, they embrace him. Seeing how former students light up when they see Sal, it is so clear that he had formed a deep connection and bond with the child while they were in his class. His former students have both a curious mind and are comfortable making mistakes. These are things that do not just magically happen, but are forged through practice and patience. In this way, Sal has truly empowered students by providing them a foundation and a stepping stone that they take with them the rest of their academic careers.
Solomon Hill, Director, Technology. The partnership Solomon and the Technology Department have developed with Street Code will empower our parents and students, as well as our schools. The more that students can solve their own tech problems, the better they will be able to learn. Understanding how to use technology is an empowering life skill for our students. They will build on and use what they learn about technology throughout their schooling and into their careers. Knowing about technology will empower our students to open many doors that would be shut tight without technology skills. Alexis Hamilton, art teacher, Los Robles, Ronald McNair Academy.
Our fourth honoree this evening is Julie Souza, fourth grade teacher at Belhaven Elementary. Julie works hard every day to empower her students. She wants her students to be critical thinkers and to become independent learners. In order to foster this, she provides daily opportunities for students to work on rigorous content and to work in small groups. She has created routines that allow her students to share their thinking and to work through challenging problems. She focuses her work on making sure her students know why the work they are doing is important. Her classroom is student-focused, with student voice playing a key part in creating the environment and classroom culture. Her students feel valued and excited to be part of her class. Nominated by Nicole Shelley, Reading Specialist Literacy Coach at Belhaven.
Thank you, staff, and congratulations to the honorees. Again, we have a committee that looks over the nominations. And we are excited to actually have some of our honorees move forward so that we can recognize them and see their faces, match the face to the name. Solomon, are you able to move them forward?
Solomon being one of them.
Solomon has to turn his camera on, yes.
I see Fidel, I think. So
Yes, I think that's it.
Let's see. I don't see Mr. Germano.
Or Julie. Julie's here.
Oh, she is there. Oh, yeah, there she is. My screen's jumping around. Hello?
Fidel and Julie, do you mind turning on your cameras so we can see? Yay! Would you like to say a few words?
I just wanted to say I really appreciate it. Was a huge surprise. This is my second year in Ravenswood, and I've enjoyed every minute of it. I'll be completely honest. I love the kids. I love the community, and it's just been a blast. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Julie. There's yours. Fidel?
We can't hear you. Unmute yourself.
Yes, go for it.
All right. Hi, you guys. This is a big surprise for me. When I hear, when I received the email from Tony saying I am recognizing about for this recognition. So this is for everybody. You know, we are essential working. We always in the front of the street, take care of the customers. You know, we're doing our best. We're doing our best. If you're coming every Monday or Wednesday at 8:30 to 1:30 on Las Pulgas from school to Los Robles, you want to see us there working. This is not only me. This is for all the team, you know, child nutrition department. We're working hard. We're working hard to feed the kids we want to say every day, because this is for we give it food for every day for 7 days a week. So I'm happy here to join with you. You know, but this I can say this recognizing is for all the child nutrition department.
Thank you, Fidel.
All right.
Solomon.
Yeah, you know, I'm very honored to read those words. I did want to, because Alexis in her writing mentioned our street code partnership, I wanted to tell particularly Sharifa something she might not know, which is about 4 years ago, I was somewhere at a community meeting or something, and street code was talking, and I was sitting next to Dr. Faye McNair Knox, who many of us are very close to, a community champion who's passed away. And you know, she's like, "Oh, what are you guys doing?" You know, knowing I'm the tech director, what are you guys doing with street code? And knowing they're, you know, preeminent tech group in the community, I said, nothing. And she punches me, you know, not, all right, right. She hits me and goes, "What? You need to do something about that," right? So, you know, when the time came and our need was great, you know, she was there looking out for us. Street code has really come through for us. And it's a promise fulfilled, you know, so. I wanted to share that with everyone. I don't think I have in the past. And hopefully our relationship will grow, and it'll help our students grow as well. But thank you, I'm very honored.
On behalf of the board, thank you, Solomon, Fidel, Julie, and I believe John was the other person selected. We appreciate Fidel. We appreciate you all, and we thank you for choosing Ravenswood. Thank you for being a part of our community and serving our students and finding ways to empower either our students, our staff, or our community at large. Thank you all very, very much on behalf of the board. All right. So don't feel like you have to stick around. You can gracefully exit. No, stick around. Thank you. Have a great night.
Thank you, Julie. Thank you, Fidel.
Okay, let's.
Buddy.
Bye, Fidel. Thank you. Superintendent's office, we will now move into your section, and I believe you have a report for the working for urgent learners.
Mhm. All right. As I'm trying to navigate my screens here. Yeah, we will present to you a school improvement update, working group update on the plan to bring urgent learners back to campus as directed from our last board meeting. And we're prepared to also give another update in January as well. So I wanted to address our approach to planning and bringing back our urgent learners. We are looking into several things. One is obviously our positivity rates. The goal date is to bring urgent learners back January 25th, but that is dependent on recommended metrics. We want to collect perspective of staff and parents, and so we'll give you an update on that. And then obviously we want to be very strategic and be successful with how we bring back our students. So we're going to start small and learn together. And then we're going to be utilizing our recovery plan as the basis of the model, making some modifications and tweaks as needed. So the current conditions right now, as you know, the positivity rates are still too high, and so we're not ready to bring back all of our students yet. But so all students will continue with remote learning as we are planning. Learning hubs will also continue to operate as they are, tightening ever so the safety protocols and the surveillance measures. Our goal date is to bring back our students January 25th, but this is contingent on the direction provided by state and local health officials. And then obviously we want to take into account the current conditions specifically that are in East Palo Alto, Eastern Menlo Park. We want to design the return to campus plan, drawing from a recovery plan, and again, just modifying that plan based on the current needs of our families, students, and our staff. So we're going to pilot some of our urgent learners, meaning we're not going to be able to implement all of our kindergarten, first grade, and second grade students. So maybe it probably makes sense to first just define who our urgent learners are again. Our newcomer students who are 3rd through 5th graders, our newcomers who are in the 6th grade, our students with moderate to severe needs who start with preschool, and then our K-5, and then our TK through 1st grades, and we're going to pilot with TK through 1st grade in specific classrooms across the 3 elementary schools. And so we want to follow a similar approach to the learning hubs, where we started off small, where we started off with 2 pods at Ronald McNair, Los Robles Ronald McNair Academy. And then now we have multiple pods at all of our elementary schools, as well as our middle school and the YMCA. So we do have the learning hub. So there's already an option for some of our students to come onto campus, but we are wanting to expand how to do the in-person learning. So this is the background that we did share at the last board meeting. The updates and numbers that we currently have are reflected here. Students who are interested and staff who are willing to come back given the current conditions. So you can see the percentage of yeses. So you have the classes on the left-hand side. The unique class, just to recall, are your students with moderate to severe needs. You have our newcomers 3rd through 5th grade. You have our newcomers with 6th grade, a TK class, a kindergarten class at Los Robles Ronald McNair Academy, and a kindergarten class at Castaño, and then you have a 1st grade class at Belhaven School. You can see the number of students in each class. Up to this date, literally today, the number of students and or families of students who said yes, the number of families of students who would like to wait until March or when it's more safe. And then we are still trying to reach families. During this time, it is challenging to get a hold of families. So we are doing our due diligence to keep following up. So if you wanted to just reflect on these numbers very quickly here, a few more seconds. The COVID testing and monitoring subcommittee was responsible for several tasks to help move along the plan to bring back urgent learners. Okay, so the plan was how to minimize the risk of spread, since staff has been directed to plan for students coming back on campus. COVID is going to happen. Staff, families, students are going to contract COVID. The issue is the spread of COVID on our campuses and how to keep our schools safe. Next is establish a testing cycle, encouraging also families to test their students as well. And then to propose a metrics and a target date. And that is to bring it as a recommendation to the school improvement working group. And then we will make a recommendation. We will bring that recommendation to the board. So establishing a testing cycle currently, as of this week, we are working with the city and the county where we now have a testing site at Cesar Chavez on a weekly basis. And actually, we've increased it so that it's not only on Tuesdays, but now on Wednesdays. So Tuesdays and Wednesdays of every week, urgent learners, Learning Hub students and staff, and the entire community could register to get tested at the Cesar Chavez Ravenswood Middle School. We want to encourage our Learning Hub staff to get tested here. I want to remind you that we are not to force or withhold any education on campus for students who decline to get tested. So we're constantly encouraging our families and community to utilize this testing sites. And I want to thank specifically the city for really advocating for us to have additional testing and to work with the county. This committee specifically that looked into the option though of having students be tested at the site where they are learning. This way we can offer a waiver for parents to sign so that we can get the results from the families immediately. Otherwise, if we wait, we would have to be dependent on families reporting it to us when they at their discretion. The goal then, if we were to have students be tested where they are learning at the site there, they would be 1/5 of the class would be tested every day at the site so that we can get a rapid response. With 20 weeks left, we kind of helped, our business office helped us do a little bit of the budget here. We have 20 weeks left in the school year. We can do up to 500 tests a week at $40 a test with $400,000 from our foundation. And we have money set aside, COVID dollars set aside with our foundation. We also have other grants that we could potentially use as well. I wouldn't say that we would want to be strapped, think about us being strapped with the amount of money, but we do want to budget accordingly and think about this strategically on how we want to roll out the testing for students. So the city of East Palo Alto now, or the county, I should say now, is back in purple. The city of East Palo Alto, when we do our own calculations, has always stayed in purple. This committee specifically was looking at, do we put a matrix in place so that we can mitigate as much risk as possible when considering when to bring back our urgent learners, now that the entire county is in purple. And conversations, this is a draft right now, the conversation that we had was that perhaps the city of East Palo Alto, when they are in red for at least 2 weeks, as the county has this process in place as well, that's when we consider bringing urgent learners back on campus. There's conversations too about when do we implement the whole recovery plan and do the hybrid model for the entire school district. And this committee was looking at potentially when the city is in orange or yellow. And then we would definitely need to make sure that our calculations of what would constitute the city of East Palo Alto being in red or in the other colors lower than purple, because that's not calculated for us. Only the county has that exact number. But there's other organizations that are doing that calculation, so we can cross-reference. The next steps and upcoming meetings and actions is that the COVID testing monitoring subcommittee is going to meet again next week to finalize the matrix. The maintenance operation department is waiting on key information about the number of students. And then they also need to identify where our hand washing stations are going to be, as this is also something that we are communicating with CSCA. Our parent advisory meeting is scheduled on December 17th, and we are looking to have parents give input about the urgent learner plan, bringing them back onto campus, and their thoughts too on this process. And then our community partner engagement meeting will continue to work on how they can support to modify the learning hubs so they provide services needed in light of some of the students moving to in-person learning. The conversation is there are some families who want in-person learning or are benefiting from their child being in a learning hub every day. And if they choose in-person learning, some of their options, they won't be able to have that supervision every single day, as they would follow a hybrid model potentially and only come to school 2 days out of the week. The conversation is, or discussion is, do those children who are now in in-person learning still have their place in the learning hub, or do we open that up for another family for students who are not benefiting from in-person learning? We still need to identify a second adult to support the urgent learner teacher, as we are to have 2 adults. And then we need to identify a schedule given the number of students who want to return. I'll go back to the slide so we can see the numbers again and the impact. So for example, our TK class could potentially have in-person learning every single day and meet protocol, safety precautions, and surveillance measures. We would need to have a conversation though about how to support that one TK student through remote learning. And we're going to work with the teachers who are volunteering how they would set up their schedule so that we don't impact potentially other classes, for example, or another TK class. You have a newcomer class with 3rd through 5th graders where 66% of the students want to come back. Perhaps there might be a schedule of interest that the teacher wants to follow, where in the morning they do in person, and in the afternoon they do synchronous learning with the perhaps 6 students who don't come, or 8 students who don't come to in person. So we are looking at having those conversations and hopefully finalizing some schedules by the end of the week when we come back from winter break. These logistics are what need to be worked out once we finalize the number of students. And so wanted to know if there's any clarifying questions that the trustees have for staff. Are there any other considerations we should look into? And just given the change in tiers in the county and knowing the prominent numbers in our city, are we still shooting for a return January 25th, or are there other dates we should consider?
Thank you, Superintendent Sadaria. All right, we'll leave now for time for the board to discuss and ask questions about the presentation. Trustee Wilson, I see you've unmuted yourself. So would you like to go first, or?
Yes, thank you. So thank you, Superintendent Sadaria, for this report. I just had a couple of questions. One, when I'm looking at the numbers, particularly around the TK and the kindergarten, it looked like they were thinking 22 kids said okay. And so my question is, what would be the student-teacher ratio? Because 22 kids with one teacher is not safe. I mean, you know,
We would not have them in person 1 to 22. We would follow the protocol, and we're looking at 1 to 12,
Yeah.
1 to 10. And to read the chart, I'm sorry if it was not clear. Specifically here, there's one kindergarten class where you have 24 students, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so there would be a cohort that would come Tuesday and Thursday, and a cohort that would come Wednesday and Friday, for example.
Okay.
And then we would have to figure out, though, of say if the 2 and the 6 follow-up decide not to come back, does the same teacher hold on to their cohort and also do synchronous learning and do remote learning for these teachers? So that's what we are working on to develop and find out what this would look like, because otherwise you do impact other classes, and inquire about, and ask other families from other classes if they are interested in doing in person, and there might be changes of teacher of record.
Right, I was gonna say you might have to switch some kids around. Okay, then my other question is, are you in touch with the charters and the private schools? Have we okay, so what's their status? So what's the status of their programs?
Yes, and I can have Cindy also check in currently. So I do know, Cindy, go ahead if you have remarks.
The last check-in that I did with KIP and with EPACS was that they were kind of holding in the same pattern that we were in terms of not having kids back on campus yet.
Okay.
KIP was exploring Learning Hub space, but more in a Redwood City location, not in East Palo Alto just yet. But it has been a little bit of time, so I don't know if they have updated their plans.
Okay.
And then my understanding is the primary school is all remote learning right now.
Okay. Okay, because I just think that, whenever we start to do something, we need to communicate with them, because we possibly have families that are in both our district as well as a charter school. So, okay, thank you.
Yes, we will communicate.
You dare say? I don't know if I missed you. No?
Sorry, I think I'm having technical difficulties. I think you were talking to me, right? Yep. For some reason, I can't.
Yes, I was wondering if asked.
I know your audio is going out a little bit.
Are you losing me? Can you hear me a little bit better now?
Yeah.
Okay. So Trustee Chapeline, did you have something that you wanted to say or ask?
Yeah, thank you, President Polito. Just a quick question about how we're going to offer students who choose to continue to do it remotely at the same time as, kids are coming in person. And I know we're still thinking that through. But have you guys thought about using the OWL camera in the classroom so that I imagine someone has said it. I know they cost a lot of money, but maybe there's funding. I don't know if it works with younger kids as it does adults and older students, but is that a possibility?
Yeah, so Redwood City, for example, has 20 teachers right now exploring the in-person learning. And several of their teachers are trying on different ways to deliver instruction. Some had shared what I mentioned earlier, as well as what you're suggesting, Trustee, is around the OWL and doing in-person learning while also having synchronous learning simultaneously. We're open, but also thinking about what type of instruction the students who are doing remote learning and watching their teacher teach other students, and so that we are wondering how effective that could be as the teacher is trying to multitask doing in-person learning and synchronous learning. So I'm open to exploring, but we also want to do what is most effective and get the most bang for our buck. And that seems like it would be very challenging. And Solomon, how much is now these days?
About $1,000, and they're back ordered about 2 or 3 months.
Yeah.
Superintendent Sidori, so when is the date that you're projecting to be able to bring all these students that said yes, they would like to come back on campus? I know it was in the slide, but I didn't write it down.
No worries. We were hoping to do January 25th, but again, the committee also was suggesting that we have a metrics to ensure utmost safety and mitigate the most risk.
When did we submit our plan to the county?
We can submit our plan to the county anytime.
Okay, so I'm asking is because I believe in order to start bringing students back, you have to have an approval from San Mateo County Office of Education. So if our goal is to potentially bring students by January 25th back on campus gradually, right? Small numbers. We need to have that plan submitted and approved before we're even able to bring students back.
Correct.
So when do we intend to be ready to be able to submit that plan?
Right. So we have support to look into all the policies and documents. And if we're coming back the week of January 4th, hoping to have schedules and things solidified on the 8th, we're trying to figure out if we can submit the waiver the week of January 11th, and the turnaround time has been quite quick.
For the record, schedules are not part of the requirement. I'm glad they're going to be included for sure, because I think it's helpful for the public to know, especially it's going to be a public document, to know what our schedules are. But I think all the requirements are around health and safety.
Right.
So just as a, which I'm sure you know.
Well, with the scheduling too, it does impact scheduling for our custodians and trying to make sure our spaces are clean. But yes.
Okay. So by the first week of January, we're going to be submitting?
I would imagine the second week in January is the goal.
Second week in January. Okay. And then my other question is that it's interesting. So the proposal is when City of East Palo Alto is 2 weeks in the red tier to start bringing more students back, correct?
That is the draft right now of the matrix being designed, yes, by the subcommittee.
Okay, and you said that we're going to be able to get that specific data from the county to be able to monitor that.
Well, to be clarified, trustee, we can use the county's data, but then we have to do a calculation for the city of East Palo Alto because it doesn't say East Palo Alto is in the purple tier. We have to make that calculation.
Well, the reason I ask is now that the county is in purple tier, I saw a message from Menlo Park City School District, which elementary school district, saying that they were going to continue with bringing, keeping students on campus despite being in the purple tier. So how do we rationalize us not bringing students back unless we're 2 weeks in the red consecutive tier?
Right. I also want to add, there's also a joint press release from the San Mateo County Office of Ed also indicating that schools who are already running in-person learning can continue as well while being in the purple tier. And so committee members are saying because of the high positivity rate in our community, we are putting our families and students at risk. We are sharing, so I just want to let you know too, who's on the committee is we had the pediatrician, Dr. Jacqueline Chaya, myself, and I mean, we are indicating objective information and data, also indicating that there's not necessarily spread of COVID. That's not prominent in schools, but our cases are going up.
The county's in purple tier, which means that they're in the same condition as we are as a city. We're both in purple tier.
That is correct.
So they're not worse off than we are. We are all on the same boat together now. But I do understand the comment you made in regard to because we haven't opened yet, we don't fall under that category of being able to stay open even though the county's in the purple tier, which is why Menlo Park is able to stay open, is because they were already serving students on campus prior to slipping back into the purple tier. And
That is accurate.
since we have not started, we are not eligible to open under the purple tier, and therefore we will have to wait.
We can actually submit a waiver.
So we can submit a waiver. Okay. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Those were my questions.
There is a speaker from the public.
Okay. Oh, wait. So Solomon, I saw you were having a bit of trouble with the timer and people seeing it. So I'm going to share my screen so that people can see how much time they have to speak. And it is the 2 minutes. So let me just pull that up really quick. I had it open and then it's.
Hey, Rhonda, I promoted you. Rhonda, you're promoted.
Good evening, President, Vice President, Trustees, Superintendent Sudaria. My name is Ron.
Are you speaking as RTA president?
Yes, ma'am.
You get more time, and I just want to let the public know as RTA president, the agreement is you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
So I did my greeting, so I'm gonna keep all my time. Hope y'all heard it. I just want to say I'm a part of that committee that met, and I've already made this public how I feel, and I want to continue that sentiment. I understand that we need to bring more students back because distance learning is not working the best, but right now it's about safety. The one thing I would disagree, Anna, and when you say that Menlo Park or San Mateo is in the same boat as Ravenswood, many of the other cities in the county, their numbers did dip below purple and they were in red or orange or something else. Whereas Ravenswood has stayed in purple this entire time since August, which is what caused us to go full distance learning to begin with. And so I'm just gonna use my friend's word, reckless. I think it's very reckless for us to come back, even though I agree, urgent learners need to be back. We all need to be back. We all want to be back. We want to educate our kids. It's for the families, for the community. But when we start opening schools and coming back, we're saying we can keep families safe. And the reality is someone's going to get COVID. We've just been blessed. We've only had people getting COVID and getting better. And so I know we want to bring urgent learners back on January 25th, but we just had Thanksgiving break and people were gone for a week and people did not stay shelter in place. People traveled to Europe, to France, to Mexico, Paraguay, Africa, up the street, down the street, or they had visitors. And we had more cases than we had before. And so I just don't feel it's in the best interest. And this wars with me to say this as an educator for us not to come back to school. That's so hard to say. But I just want us to remember safety first right now during this pandemic. And so for us to be on a path where we're considering coming back to school January 25th, which will barely be 2 weeks after many people traveling and going God knows where and not being safe and who they've come in contact with, and then coming back to our city that's already high, it scares me. It really does. And so I'm going to continue to urge the board. I do not think we should open up on January 25th. I think we continue with our learning hubs because they're already open. We figure out what is going to be the schedule. What does it look like? What is the PPE going to be? Will there be hazmat suits? All the things that need to be in place because yes, we want to come back. Yes, we want to be back. But school's not going to look the same as what we're used to for a while. And so that's all I can urge as the president,
just we need to keep our families and our students safe. We need to. And so, yeah, I'm recommending that we do not come back January 25th, and that it is tied to a matrix, and that we find another day, we find another way. We continue to get better with remote learning, with engagement, with attendance, and figure out how to do this right and keep people safe. But like I said, I will continue to work with the district, but my recommendation is that we do not come back on January 25th. Thank you so much.
Are there other speakers, Solomon?
Yes, there's one other speaker, Jenny Bloom. I'm going to promote you, Jenny, to panelist. You can unmute. Yep, Jenny, you can unmute now.
Sorry. So as a parent, my daughter is in the Learning Hub, and I know that I said yes, that I do want my daughter to come back. However, if it is not every day and it is not with the same teacher, I think that my answer would change. So my daughter is a kindergartner, and so I know that that relationship that they form with that teacher is really important, especially I'm sure for urgent learners as well. So if there's a shift of who the teacher is, then there will have to be a rebuilding of trust. And I think that that's going to be really hard for a young child. And so, you know, if the 25th is too early, or if the schedule is not going to work out for my daughter to go every day, or for her to stick with the same teacher, I think that it would be really hard for me to say yes and move her out of the Learning Hub, something that she's comfortable with, something that she's doing well in and she's learning a lot in, and also making connections not only with her peers, but also with her teacher. So I think that that is something that we should also consider, because if those things can't stay consistent, I think it's going to be a lot of changing for children, especially young children. Even though they are resilient and they can adjust, I still think that it's a lot of transitions that are not necessarily helpful for learning. Thank you.
Thank you. Solomon, anybody else?
Yes, there's a Serena Jackson who I'm promoting to panelist. And Serena, you should be able to unmute and speak.
Well, it's not Serena. It's that my daughter got to my laptop. It's Randy. Hi. So after this 3-hour commute home, 20 minutes to sing happy birthday to my daughter, I just wanted to get with you guys and also again, let's reflect back on something I just experienced today. I was speaking to one of our office managers and she was distressed, and she told me that a parent had just came to the school and spoke with her and then promptly announced that she had COVID along with her family, and she was looking our manager right in the face and the principal. And so I think until we can curb the community behavior as in the general public's behavior, it really made me feel that I don't think we really have a way to actually control the safety for our teachers and our employees, our CSEA employees. So we really are going to have to visit this really in depth before we consider putting us in further jeopardy. Thank you.
Solomon, is that our last speaker?
No, it looks like Mr. Cardenas wants to speak.
And I also want to note for the record, I put 5 minutes for Mr. Jackson because I believe he's the president of CSEA, which is our other union.
Mr. Cardenas, did we lose you for translating? Is that why you raised your hand? Or did you want to speak? Oops, it's probably on the other channel. You're fine? Oh, okay. He just got dropped, so he's back.
Is that everybody then?
Someone else just raised their hand. Looks like Randy Jackson raised his hand again.
Well, it was probably from the last time since he just spoke. Okay, so I'm gonna start my video. Please tell me if you cannot hear me. I turned it off, but I'm hoping the connection is stronger. I want to remind the community and staff that when we submit a plan, there are requirements that have to do with health and safety for our plan to be approved. And the San Mateo County Office of Education will not approve our plan unless we have extended every single area that falls under health and safety, which includes cleaning and disinfection, cohorting, entrance and egress, face coverings, health screenings, hygiene practices, contact tracing, physical distancing, staff and family education, COVID testing for staff and students, triggers for transitioning to distance learning, and a communication plan. What I just listed is the criteria for a reopening plan. This is what we're going to be measured against. And if something about our plan would not fulfill the requirements, we would not get approved and we would not be able to return. And so this plan is required for that reason, so that any district that would move to approve or gradually reopen with certain students would be protected and hold districts accountable to making sure that health and safety is at the forefront of how we determine to reopen. So I did want to state that we would not be negligent in the way that we would proceed to reopen if that is where we are come January, and that San Mateo County Office of Education would have to support and approve our plan. And all those areas I just listed would have to be identified and addressed in this plan in detail. So I do want to let staff and the public know. I think that staff will continue to monitor the situation between now and January. And if there's anything that further alarms us to not be able to move forward, they will bring this back to the board. But as we know, distance learning is not working for students. It's not working for the majority of our family, the majority of our students. And it's growing that gap significantly. So if we can safely bring students back and staff back, our goal is to do that. When, I think, will be determined on, again, the approval of the plan and also on the conditions locally. I think Superintendent Sadaria listed what those triggers would be to inform us of where we're at and where we're headed. So yes, that is what I would like to say about that. We'll be meeting again in January before the, January 25th, and I'm sure we're going to receive another update on that. Correct, Superintendent Sadaria? So hold on tight. This is not the end of the conversation, but it is where we are today. So thank you to the speakers and thank you to staff for this report. Okay, so let's now, this is not an action item, so we will be able to move on to item 10, which is under curriculum instruction, and this is to approve the school plans for student achievement. And I think it's Lara Brennan. Or Brennan.
Good evening. This is Lara Brennan, Director of Curriculum and Instruction, and I'll be introducing the school plans for approval this evening, along with the principals from each school. So Solomon will share the slides and bring the principals forward.
I'm sorry, Lara, before you begin, I would just like to note that Trustee Gaona has sent me a message that I just saw that she will not be returning to participate at this board meeting. As the public knows, she was here at the beginning when we did roll call, and once we returned to open session, she did not return, and she sent a message that she is not well and she will not be participating for the remaining of the meeting. And I just wanted the record to show that. Thank you.
Okay, next slide. So as I mentioned, I'll be introducing the SIPSAs, giving some reminders of their purpose and why we seek their approval this evening, and then each principal will share a few highlights from their site plan. So for an introduction, this is a reminder that all schools in our district operate Title I Part A school-wide programs. And the purpose is to improve the academic achievement so that all students can demonstrate proficiency on the challenging state academic standards. So this is one way that the state is asking sites to demonstrate the strategies that they're planning to address student achievement, measuring if those strategies are working, and also allocating resources accordingly. Belhaven in particular also receives additional funding for comprehensive support and improvement. So that's a special program based on our 2019 dashboard data that shows that extra support is needed. The school plan for student achievement is meant to consolidate all school level planning efforts into one document. Next slide. The SIPSA is an annual document that aligns school spending to data-driven district and school goals. The purpose is to increase the overall effectiveness of the school programs by crafting a strategic plan that maximizes the resources available while minimizing duplication of effort with the ultimate goal of increasing student achievement. The SIPSA must be aligned to the Every Student Succeeds Act and the district's LCAP. The LCAP alignment is a little different this year because we've aligned our SIPSAs to our previous LCAP goals from 2017 through 2020. The state's LCAP timeline was interrupted in the spring due to COVID, so we would have planned and presented a new 3-year LCAP in June 2020, but the state has moved that timeline back to our current school year. So our SIPSA goals at the site this year are then aligned to the goals from our previous LCAP. Next slide. So to kick off our school highlights, we have Michelle Masuda presenting for Belhaven Elementary.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much for having us. I'll make it quick because I realize it's almost 9 o'clock already. So our goal number 1 for Belhaven is that all students will receive a high quality instruction. That would be in the Common Core state standards, the next generation science standards, and the other California state standards such as ELD, music, art, social studies, PE, and drama. So all of the VAPA standards too. So our general section, I guess, for goal 1 is to be providing all of the funding to pay for our specials teachers, to pay for our ILT members to be meeting, to help out during collaboration time, to provide supplemental materials that teachers need, especially during right now with online. Teachers are asking for a lot more resources, including books to send home, because our books, we want to send home actual books to our kids, and if that means that we need to replenish because they're not coming back, then so be it. But we want to get those books into students' hands. So our goal for number 2 is that we would be able to provide equitable access for all students in response to attendance, linguistic matters, and academic needs. So some examples for items that we're purchasing for goal 2 is paying for literacy coach salaries for our portion, along with REF, PBIS incentives, family events, and also purchasing books in other languages, because we do want to encourage reading, and especially for our newcomers who may not be able to read in English yet, but can read in Spanish or any other language, then we do want to be promoting their reading skills and pushing those forward. And then goal 3 is keeping technology on a one-to-one basis and using some more online programs. So a chunk of our money is going towards replacing the technology hardware because we do, although we have Chromebooks for our students right now, some of them are not as fresh as they used to be 3 years ago. And the teachers are really asking to be able to help our students be the best students that they can be by having newer and better technology. So that would be purchasing more Chromebooks, also purchasing audiobooks for students who are not able to read but can still work on their comprehension skills through listening to the audiobooks. That's all.
Good evening, everyone. We'll go ahead and share our goals over at Castaño. So our first goal is that we are seeking to increase the reading achievement of our students at our school. What we currently know is based upon our Fountains and Pinnell data is that 17% of our children are reading currently at or above grade level. This means that many more are not. And so we are going to work hard to raise reading achievement because we know that through reading, children are able to better access all other curriculum areas. So some action items that we will be undertaking is to make sure that teachers are well trained in the reading curriculum, that children participate in what we're calling our asynchronous playlists, adaptive online technologies that children can engage in while they are not in school. Those are called Lexia and Rosetta Stone English. And then making sure that we've got a systematic approach to providing intervention to our children, either through our literacy specialists or through volunteers. Our second goal is that we want to increase the parent and student engagement. And as we know, the more engaged parents are, the stronger they're able to support their children's academics. And at the same time, the more engaged children are, the more they can access their academics. What we know is that parent engagement has been low currently at Castaño. For example, approximately 30% of our parents attended back to school night, and participation at our cafecitos and our school site council meetings have been very low. We also know that in terms of student engagement, our children start off the day well in Zoom meetings. Approximately 90% of our children come at the start of the day, but by the end of the day, only about 60% of our children are attending our Zoom meetings. And so we are putting in a whole bunch of incentives to incentivize children, because what we know from PBIS is that we want to motivate children to participate by offering them incentives. And while it is true, we wish that they would be internally motivated, they're children, so they are not, and we need to help them along. And some of the tier 1 things that we're going to start that we already have in place are sending home like Go Cougar Award postcards, and we bought a whole bunch of customized stickers that are like I Heart Castaño. The other things that we're doing from a tier 2 perspective is that we're doing a lot of home visits, and we're making follow-up phone calls, and we're also beginning the SAR process with families. Our last goal is that we want to ensure that as a turnaround art school, that arts integration is within 100% of our general education classes. And because we are a new school with staff merging from 2 sites, we know that we need to spend time training teachers in how to use arts integration strategies. So we have entered into a contract with VTS, Visual Thinking Strategies Corporation, and they're going to be doing a pretty extensive training with all of our teachers. So those are the goals that we have for Castaño.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. My name is Alex Quesada, and I'm here to talk a little bit about the goals for Los Robles Ronald McNair Academy. Um, our primary goals here are really about literacy. And that is the heart of what our plan is. It's the jumping off point for um, different branches of what we're trying to do here at our school. Just based on what we've seen in terms of where students are now and where we want them to be, where we want them to grow, we really need students to connect and really fall in love again with reading and enjoying the process of becoming learners based on what they're reading. We need our students to see themselves in books and stories. We really want our students to begin to connect again, and to relate to the stories that they're reading or being read to. One of the ways we started doing this is by purchasing home libraries and sending those home. And those are some of the images you're watching here. You're seeing here is, and we started with kinder, and we're moving our way up all the way to fifth grade. And the idea was that, um, the words that you see in books and in stories, they're more than just words, right? It's about touching who you are as a person, as an individual. And that's why we call this initiative Más que Palabras, which literally translates to more than words. And that's really where we're investing most of our time and energy in this year. But we also know that there are other content areas we need to address. And one of those is our outdoor science learning area. Those of you that are familiar with the McNair campus know that we have quite a bit of land there that is not being used to its full potential. And so we've been working on designing what we call the outdoor science learning area. And it's really a place of learning in lots of different ways, right? So it's really starts off with science literacy, but it's really about nutrition. It's really about mental health. It's also about physical health. But you can integrate math and language, science. The community can really be involved with that. And so there's also a parent engagement component in that. And so we're investing a little bit of time in that. That was an empty patch of ground there. And we started installing some garden beds, and we're going to continue doing that. And we've been getting a ton of support from our district office in that. And so we're very grateful in that. And then we're also investing time in blended learning programs. We know this is a time where our students need to connect online. We need to find the right tools that work for our students and our children and our parents. And so we keep striving to find, those kinds of tools that really help teachers and really help students. Um, and one of the themes, I think, this evening was all about empowerment. And, a lot of our goals and a lot of the plan that we do is about empowering our students, empowering our community, empowering our parents. And so that's kind of the through line for what we're trying to achieve here at Los Robles Ronald McNair.
Good evening, board. I'm Amanda, and I'm here to talk about Cesar Chavez Ravenswood Middle School. It's 9 o'clock. We got to pick it up. Here we go. So our data does show that our kids come to us 3 years below grade level, and they tend to leave us 3 years below grade level. So we've done a job of getting them to increase their 1 year every year. But what we need to do is really focus on closing that gap and making sure that our children have all the opportunities afforded to them possible when they go to high school. So we really focused a lot of our goals on making sure that our literacy is increasing, and we're bringing in accelerated reader and having competitions and really making reading time sacred. So when we're in real life again, we are going to actually have a designated dear time, but we're just focusing on this year. So it's going to be just that campaign of watching all of us read and setting up incentives for the kids to continue to read. And then we're also still offering math acceleration with it's in 7th grade and in 8th grade. They have the algebra course. So we didn't want our kids to lose out on too many things. We have added in intervention teachers as part of our goal, and they are starting with their groups in January. They've already been with other groups, but more specialized groups after we finally were able to get our BOY data in and set up. So we're also building in student voice. We were super excited about all of our experiential field trips that we can no longer go on, but we still wanted to transfer those funds to the kids. It was for them, it's for their voice. And so our very first social studies unit across the board was all about social justice, and we're encouraging our children to do some passion projects, and we're literally going to fund what they want. I mean, one of them wants to build a place for Native people to be able to, you know, we can't build a building, but we can get you the flyers for the campaign to build the building, you know, and support you in any way that we can. And we're hoping like the first round will come out next week, and they'll go through a panel of interviews and be funded. And then that encourages student voice to continue. We've also involved student surveys and making sure that we really are understanding what they want and how they feel. Our leadership is a little interrupted as well because we don't have that opportunity to have a solid student council going on, but we do try to survey them as often as possible. We've definitely taken advantage of having class size reduction. So our class sizes are all under 25, so our teachers can have more time to try to identify what's the best way to service every single child that we have. We are expanding our CTE opportunities. My CTE teacher is being very creative right now. We have a kids that have taken robot kits home and build in their robots and trying to figure out a way so they can still compete. We're working on that part in the robotics competitions. And we have a whole drone thing coming around. So we're trying to keep them excited and engaged in ways where they just really want to be at school. We also are aware that our children are utilizing their technology for not some of the best choices. And so we really need to make sure that we are focusing on that whole child, and we are purchasing securely to make sure that we can monitor if anybody has any kind of concerns or are making just interesting choices with during class time or interesting searches coming up. So we just really want to make sure that our kids are safe. And then our coordinators, our guidance counselors, the assistant principals per grade level are really building a culture right now that's so important because everybody's feeling heard and we're getting good feedback. And so we're hoping to just really capitalize on that large adult to student ratio, and the mentoring is happening and we're still reaching out to all of our kids. Does that mean we've gotten a hold of everybody? No, but we're really trying to engage the student and the entire family as we're working. So all of our funds went to that. I did not give you, but $1.6 million is for our goal 1, 1.5 is for goal 2. Goal 3 was 29,000 because most of it's funded through the district. And goal 4 was $500,000 for high school transition.
Thank you so much to our principal team for highlighting some of the elements of your site plans. I wanted to open it up at this time to see if the board had any questions for us.
Thank you. Trustee Wilson, Trustee Chabot-Mahin, any follow-up questions or comments?
So through the chair, I don't have any specific questions. I just want to compliment the team on putting together a plan under these circumstances. I know that we all know that ideally everybody would want the kids on campus, but the reality is that we can't have them there. So I want to commend you for really working with your teams at the schools to come up with a way to at least to touch the students and to have a positive impact on what they're doing and making plans to do even more. So thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else asking to speak, so I would just like to thank staff for the report, and it is well received. Thank you very much for your work on this.
Thank you.
All right, I believe this is action, so I will entertain a motion. I will move to approve item 10A.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
President Polito? Vice President Wilson?
Yes.
Trustee Shebomahin?
Aye.
Motion carries 3-0. Thank you very much. Okay, let's go on to the business department. And I believe we have the 2020-21 first interim financial report.
Good evening, trustees. My name is Will Eager. I'm the Chief Business Officer here in the district. I want to walk you through our first interim budget update. I know it's been a long night and I'm hoping to keep us moving here, but we do have a good amount of material to get through. I want to just kick us off by sort of grounding us in our strategic plan. Our strategic plan, priority number 5, calls for us to manage people, time, and budget responsibly, equitably, and strategically. And it really calls, I think, clearly and importantly to the necessary work we need to do on creating and implementing a transparent budget. That's been a real focus of my time in the coming up on 6 months that I've been here, and will continue to sort of be a big focus of the work, I think, for the remainder of this year. The update we're presenting tonight is going to focus a lot on some of the work that we've done to make our budget more transparent, some of the work that's yet to be done, as well as sort of talk through sort of where we are and what I think that means for this year, which is sort of the more traditional role of, I think, an interim budget update. So just to quickly kick us off, here's sort of some of the steps that we've done in the last couple of weeks and months, I should say. We met with every budget owner multiple times to really try and understand their spending. Part of that is me being new, trying to understand exactly what the priorities of each department are, understand the goals of each school, and really understand sort of what people have already spent money on, plan on spending money on, and how they sort of think about their resources and how their resources really guide their strategic plan. The second thing we've done is thinking about ways to kind of realign our budget to our district structure. Someone once described this as you kind of need like a budget chiropractor every so often to really get your sort of pieces aligned and make sure that your overall vision for the district and the way that the departments are structured, your budget owners are structured, really aligns with your strategic plan. And we've done some work on that, as well as sort of the traditional, there's some things that I think budgets are sort of ever evolving documents. And I think we found some things that we had evolved out of that we wanted to fix. Altogether, this represents some pretty significant change. Now, it doesn't mean that the budget that was approved and the strategic plan associated with it have changed a lot. But some of the behind the scenes, the things in the walls, the wiring, we've moved some of that around in ways that we believe make the budget a bit more transparent, easy to understand, and set us up for long-term success. A lot of this is going to be things that I don't think folks will notice, and does not, again, change the top line story. For example, we gave REF, which represents a pretty sizable portion of our budget, their own code, so we can very easily find REF spending items within the budget. We moved a couple of things, there are a couple of folks who may not have been quite in the right department into a new department. That kind of level of changes, isn't necessarily the stuff that gets you in the newspaper, but it's the kind of basic blocking and tackling that's really important to making an organization work. I will highlight this work is not done, and we are just sort of in the middle stages of it, I would say. But we're continuing to do it with a goal of making our budget as transparent as possible for you, our community members, and to some extent, most importantly, our budget owners, so they know exactly what they're spending on, and it's easy for them to spend in a way that aligns their strategic plan. So I want to just highlight some of the work that went into this before we sort of dive into some of the nitty gritty here, because there has been a decent amount of work that we've put forward over the last couple of months. Any questions on sort of that overall framing here? There's plenty to go through and plenty of time to ask questions, so feel free to jump in as we go. I want to walk through just quickly sort of where we are on our expenditures and our budget, just to give a little bit of context here. I want to talk through just sort of how I think about our budget and the different levels, just so that we're all using the same language here. There's a couple things that I think are fairly obvious, and I'll skip over, but starting with something that maybe isn't so obvious, the level of spending. Obviously, I think we all know what school spending is. There's two categories that maybe aren't necessarily traditionally talked about in our budget, but things that I'll be using. One is just defining central spending very clearly. So when I think about central spending, I'm thinking about Gina, I'm thinking about me, I'm thinking about sort of true traditional office. There's things that are also centrally controlled that are not necessarily that traditional central office spending. What these things are is what I call sort of school services budgeted centrally. A good example of this is, we budget a lot of psychologists centrally. A psychologist isn't a central office expense. A psychologist is something that is really directly serving students. It's really supporting our schools. And I want to sort of differentiate that between our central spending to sort of have another category of these school services that we budget centrally that really are directly serving our students. I think we're all familiar with site and department, but we'll talk a little about that. We'll talk about activities. These are sort of a newish category that are really meant to just publicly explain the goal of a spending line. Some of these are obvious, some of these maybe less so, but they're sort of groupings of object codes, which are the state accounting rules with which we're required to do. And we'll also talk a little about resource codes. These are the categories of revenue expenditure that we get, often required by the county or the state, that really sort of describe where the money's coming from and how it's used. General fund, COVID, Title I, those are sort of the bigger categories. And as I mentioned, we added REF as a major resource code here as well, with the goal of really attributing all of our spending to the specific sort of grant that it's coming from. So just wanted to sort of talk through how I sort of view our budget, or how I'm thinking about our budget in a way that might help. A couple of categories here on the right, just by budget level. One is at the top. There's funds that we pay for that go to students who are traveling out of district. So students who, for example, special ed, attending out of district programs. We also have our central office budget. We have our school services budgeted centrally, and our school budgets. So school budgets are obviously funds that are controlled directly by school leaders. And you can kind of see how that lines up with the actual the departments over here, right? You have CCRMS down here, Bellhaven, Castagna, Los Robles. And then you have the centrally controlled pieces here. And that centrally controlled pieces, you can see sort of where they're going. A lot of it's going to special ed curriculum, and those are mainly things that are going directly to students. We also have categories like MOT, student services, business services as well as some smaller departments that primarily, including the school board, including you all, that mainly represent salaries for a handful of individuals. But again, over 80% of the budget really goes directly to serving students in schools, with the rest going to students who are being served out of district, so still sort of directly served, as well as the district central office. Just to walk through some activities, we'll talk more about this later in the year, and I think especially as we gear up for budgeting next year. But the goal of this is to really just clarify areas of spend that comprise multiple object codes in ways that are sort of in plain English. So we'll often accompany this with, a high-level activity name. This is our business office, a description, an amount, the resource code, and the object code. And you might see, some of these categories like central administration includes printer supplies in the business office budget, as well as money that we need to post some RFQ advertisements. But really, it's sort of a way just to make the budget transparent and simple in a way that we're sort of moving towards in order to make it a little more transparent for our community. Won't spend too much time here unless anyone has any questions. And I know I'm going a little quickly. I'm aware that it's 9:30 and often late to talk about budgets, but I'm excited about this.
So through the chair, I am curious about something. Go back to the other slide. So flu shots.
Yes, ma'am.
We pay for flu shots. I thought all of our staff people had insurance.
We did. This was a one-time expense that the board approved a couple of months ago. Any of our staff members can go and get their flu shot. We proposed to the board to allow sort of mobile flu shot stations, knowing how important the flu shot is this year, to make it much more accessible for our staff members at individual schools to get their flu shot. It's sort of a one-time pandemic response thing. It came, as you can see in the resource code, through REF here.
Okay.
I think the actual cost here ended up being quite a bit lower. I don't have the number offhand, but maybe we might have had maybe 100 staff members who, relatively late in flu season had not gotten their flu shot, who were able to get their flu shot at one of our school sites in order to keep them healthy through flu season.
Okay.
I was one of those staff members. I'll volunteer.
Okay.
But yes, it is covered through Kaiser. I'm going to sort of skim through this just to name sort of where our revenues come from. There's a whole bunch of detail over here. I know you all have this presentation. Most of our money is in the general fund that comes through LCFF and a couple other sources. We get a good amount of our money, as you can see, from REF. This has been growing, as we'll talk about over time. We get a good amount of money from title sources, which is the federal government through the Elementary and Secondary Education Act. And there's a small amount of money that also comes from state and federal sources directly for our special education funds. Then there's also sort of unusual, not necessarily unusual, but what we sort of have here is one-time funds. This could be COVID funds, this could be Prop 39. It almost feels like every year there's kind of some new one-time initiative that brings in a reasonable amount of revenue for the district. So that's sort of what this is representing here this year. One thing that I think's come up quite a bit, just as I've been having conversations with various stakeholders throughout our community, when we talk about our expenditure, I think there's often questions about the amount of money we're spending on personnel versus non-personnel. So I wanted just to clarify that here, as well as, highlight here's sort of our personnel in blue, here's our non-personnel in green, and then break out our non-personnel just so folks can see exactly where that's going in this year. I would highlight our personnel spending this year is a little bit lower than it normally is. I think it generally tends to be closer to 70% than closer to 60%. A lot of that has to do with our COVID response this year, which has really driven up some of our non-personnel costs. So for example, we spent a lot more on laptops than we normally do. We've also spent things on learning hubs, which although they are going to the people running the learning hubs or involved in the learning hubs, those staff are not necessarily our employees, and so wouldn't show up through payroll, they'd show up through sort of contractors. So it is worth remembering that some of the non-personnel is still going to people, right? It just isn't sort of classified that way traditionally. When we look at the non-personnel and thinking about sort of where that's going, a lot of that's going to special education supports, instructional materials. As mentioned, computers and other devices are sort of a sizable portion, although not, an outsized proportion of our overall spending. Then there's a lot of sort of little small things, flu shots would be in there, Trustee Wilson, and sort of this bigger, broader other category. Any questions on this? I know I'm going quickly and do want to find ways to pause for questions if there are any. So quickly talking through some of our revenue. In the past, I think you see our restricted and you see our unrestricted funds here. And those categories, I think are a little bit overly simplistic in some capacity. And so I wanted to kind of recategorize things slightly to highlight that while we do have unrestricted funds like our general funds, and we do have some heavily restricted funds where, we really have relatively limited control over how we spend those resources, there is kind of this bigger middle category of what I would call maybe lightly restricted funds. So these are things in my mind like REF or title, where there are rules about how we can spend those. And we have to be very thoughtful about how we spend those to make sure we, dot our I's and cross our T's. but we do have some flexibility. You know, I think with REF, for example, there's conversations we can have with donors to sort of use those funds more strategically, or what we believe is more strategic. I should clarify there. And then I think with the title funds, you know, there is a reasonable amount of flexibility that we can do in sort of how we use our title funds. There's obviously some things that you can't spend resources on, but I think if you're sort of planning a year in advance, I think the possibilities with the title funds is quite significant. And I think there's a lot of opportunity for us to use some of those funds, especially our Title I funds, a little bit more flexibly than maybe we have in the past, or think about a broader range of opportunities there they might have in the past. You know, as we sort of think about these categories and how they've changed over time, wanted to share this with you. You know, our revenue has decreased a bit, but not as much as it might have given our enrollment decline. And so, you know, as we're thinking about some of these categories, I wanted just to highlight in blue here, this is kind of and this is a little bit of a good proxy, but a little bit of an estimate. You know, here's sort of how our revenue has decreased for our enrollment-based revenue. So this is things like LCFF, this is things like Title I, which come as a function of the number of students we have. And as our enrollments declined, you can see that these funds have declined, you know, sort of in parallel, right? But you'll notice that our total revenue hasn't really decreased as much as the decrease in our enrollment. And that's in part because of these one-time funds that kind of propped up spending, like COVID, Prop 39, things like that. The growing rental income that I think we've seen over the last couple of years, and the growing REF income has played sort of a big role in propping up some of our overall funding. You know, I don't think that our rental income is going to disappear. I don't think our REF income is going to disappear. But I just want to highlight that, you know, if some of these external forces were to phase out or decline in some way, I think the district would be in a much tougher place than we are historically. So again, sort of keeping us moving quickly. Please stop me if there's questions along the way. Gina's let me know a couple times that silence can be good, so I'm trying to embrace that.
Will, I just wanted to say, I don't have a question about the last slide, but I just wanted to say that I love how you differentiated between the revenue that we would normally be getting outside of these one-time funds or this supplemental, you know, revenue from REF and otherwise, because it just paints a clear picture of the financial situation we could be in absent of these extra sources. So thank you for that.
Yeah, and I think it is just an important part of the overall story here that, you know, we've been really held up by some of these outside sources. And one sort of interesting side effect of that, to some extent, is that our per pupil revenue has been growing pretty significantly over time, right? And so if you think about if revenues, even if it's flat or decreasing slightly, and we're feeling these sort of painful cuts because our revenue is going down, our enrollment's actually gone down faster than that. And with our enrollment going down faster than that, even if revenue is going down slightly, we're actually seeing more and more expenditure per student. Now, 2021 just looks a little bit goofy for two reasons. One, our ADA's, you know, down in part because of the pandemic, and our revenue's up in part because of the pandemic. So I think this year is a good bit of an outlier, and I think there's a lot of laptop purchases and sort of one-time expenditures that we won't have going forward. So this number is going to come down. But it's worth remembering this number is coming up and is not a small number. You know, you may remember earlier in the year I shared with you this slide, I think in one of my first presentations. And this compared our all funds expenditures per pupil from a couple of years ago. And this is from some work done by Education Resource Strategies. And they looked at how much every district in the county is getting in sort of revenue per pupil. Right, and you'll notice we're kind of further on the right here than we might have thought, right? And I think I've showed this slide a couple of times, but we actually have a decent amount of revenue currently. And revenue and expenditure I'm using interchangeably here because our budgets are traditionally pretty close to balanced. I think the follow-up slide to this is that if you remember, when you adjust by student need, using not necessarily our formulas, but the state-based ratios for student need, we fall back down on the side. And so I think that the sort of two stories from this that I think are important to remember is, one, we do have resources, right? We have a good amount of money. We're not, I don't think we're a wealthy district by any stretch of the imagination. I don't know if we're investing enough in our schools, but we're not the poorest district in San Mateo on a per pupil basis. When you adjust for need, it's clear that the state funding formula is not equitable enough, even by their own metrics. So while we do have some money, it's not necessarily enough money to serve the level of students that we need relative to our peers, right? But as our sort of per pupil revenue creeps up, we do have some opportunities to think about how we spend differently. And we need to keep advocating, I think, for more resources because we know our students need and deserve it. That's sort of my high level end on the revenue and expenditures piece. Happy to go back if there's any individual portions there. Otherwise, I'll move into the SY, what have we sort of seen since the start of the year? It's obviously been a few months since our initial budget was created, and it's definitely been a different year than I think anyone expected. So any questions on the past, I'll pause. I'm gonna keep moving. So overall, we are forecasting sort of higher revenues and higher expenditures than we were at the beginning of the year. Overall, the picture is, I think, good news. Which isn't to say there aren't challenges, but overall in the last couple of months, things have gotten better than I think we thought they might be in June. Sort of two parts of that. The first is the state revenue forecast was adjusted up. You may remember that we actually budgeted that I believe it was an 8% cost of living, negative reduction. And what ended up happening is the state basically made it flat. And so that pretty significantly increased our LCFF revenue estimate, which allowed us to not draw as much on Fund 25 as we had planned on. So in the initial budget estimate, we'd actually planned on drawing down 1.25 million from Fund 25. We're no longer planning on doing that right now. We have that sort of in our back pocket if the fiscal picture changes, but we're not planning on doing that just yet. On the unrestricted side, we received significant amounts of new money due to COVID. The bulk of this is the federal funds, and you may remember, I believe in September, I presented sort of our budget template for how we were planning on spending that, the different revenue sources. And that overall unrestricted revenue is up 4.4 million. On the expenditure side, we've been working hard to do a couple things. One, as I mentioned earlier, we're kind of recategorizing things, trying to put things in the right place that makes sense with our overall vision of the district. We've also been working pretty hard to shift some expenses from our general fund to grants where possible. We're doing that in a way that's both strategic and permissible, being careful there to make sure we're doing this all right. But we've been sort of thoughtful about, are there things that we could use some of the grant money for? And as part of that, we've been able to lower our general fund expenditures by about $500,000, while increasing our restricted expenses by 4.4 million. Now, again, a lot of that is due to the pandemic and new expenses. We didn't budget for learning hubs at the start of the year, right? And that's all on those restricted side. But we have been, I think, reasonably successful in shifting some spending over, which is exactly what we should be doing right now. And is very much in the spirit of the federal funding and state funding to address the pandemic. So the net impact of this is our sort of fund balance deficit that we projected is a little bit smaller. It's not a lot smaller, but it's a little bit smaller. Now we're going to monitor it very carefully over the back half of the year. But I think one thing to highlight is because we're not drawing down those Fund 25 reserves, if we had left those in, we would be running a slight surplus. But because we decided to sort of cautiously pull those revenues out to sort of save them for a rainy day, we are still on pace to run a slight deficit. But that's a little bit perhaps more pessimistic than the overall picture would entail. I'm going to walk through sort of how we're thinking about forecasting our year-end spending, but this is kind of my major slide on the changes we've seen so far this year. Any questions I can answer on this?
Oh, go ahead. Someone else can go. Go ahead. Is that
Oh,
you?
I just wanted to call out that I recall the board addressing this fact here about reallocating general fund expenditures that could be attributed to and applied to grant funds. Trustee Wilson, you specifically, I recall, as we were talking about the generous donations to the REF Foundation, you know, our foundation, just wanted to acknowledge that.
Yeah. This isn't fully thought out, but this this smaller deficit, right, that we think we have, which has adjusted based on whatever is projected around state revenue. I'm wondering if that has potential to obviously it could change, but does it have potential to change given this new, you know, step back in California, right, with things shutting down again? Because I imagine that's going to affect our state budget, which then would affect this again, the state revenue, and then potentially this deficit could increase.
I think the next section of this presentation could just be called, there's still a lot of uncertainty out there. And I don't necessarily know that I want to try and forecast the overall, you know, economic impact of this setback on California's budget. But I think your point is a good one in that we could see a really fiscally challenging back half of the year. And you may have seen that California did receive some sort of windfall profits. I think stock market's doing quite well, which I think helps sort of the overall California bottom line. I would say I think that just the overall takeaway is that there's a lot of uncertainty of, you know, there could be new federal stimulus, there could be a much deeper sort of second recession beyond the one we're sort of currently coming out of. It's difficult to say. And I think because it's so difficult to say, it's been really important that we've sort of focused on this while also being strategic about, you know, we have some federal money that we haven't spent yet, saving that in case there is no federal stimulus, but a need for more money on our end. We work sort of carefully here, as Gina sort of mentioned, to starting to spend down around testing, but saving some money in the REF sort of emergency COVID response fund in case things do get worse. As well as maintaining relatively healthy cash balances, as we'll talk about in a second, even though those are also challenged due to some state policies announced earlier this year. Does that answer your question? I know sort of, I don't have my crystal ball on me, so it's a little bit hard to predict too much of that, but we are sort of well positioned, I think, to weather the uncertainty.
It's all good. You know, I always expect you to be a magician and just produce amazing answers, but I get it. I get it. Thank you so much for that answer.
Trustee Wilson, do you have a question? I'm sorry, I wasn't sure.
Well, not so much a question as I was going to make a comment about the fact that you're wise to kind of, I don't want to say ignore, but squirrel away that Fund 25 funds, the reserves that are there, because if I recall correctly, it would be 21, 22, and there would be no additional money. That would be empty, that fund. So it's good that you're keeping that, again, for in anticipation of any uncertainties.
Yeah, and I think we have a little bit more runway than that, but I think we are, I think just to both of your points, there's a lot that we don't know about the rest of this year. And I think a lot, I would say even more, we don't know about next year. So it's just difficult for us to really sort of forecast out. Now, I do want to sort of show my crystal ball to the extent that I have one here. So here's just a little bit of how I've been thinking about monitoring our spending and thinking about our spending. So this is sort of corresponding to months in the year. And this is just how much of our budget at the end of that month have we spent, right? So, you know, at the start of the year, we've spent sort of a fraction of our budget. And as you move through the year, you see the sort of inflection point here. That's when sort of teachers come back and we start paying salaries. And so you can kind of get a sense that, you know, on average, at the end of September, we've spent about 18% or so of our budget, right? You can start to get a sense as to how much we've spent. But you'll notice here, there's a fairly big range. You know, some years it's as little as maybe 23%, some years it's as much as 29%. Although this year was a big outlier due, I believe, to the Prop 15 bus purchases. But in general, we can sort of say we spent maybe 25% or so. If you sort of look at what that means, in a year where we're spending maybe a little bit less than we normally have, a year where we're about on track, or a year where maybe through the first portion of the year we've actually spent, a higher percentage of our overall spending, you can kind of say, okay, well, if we've spent about, $10 million and we spend, a quarter of our money, we're on track to spend $40 million, right? But I think to the point about just one, a quarter of the year actually isn't that far through. Two, there's a lot of uncertainty. As you think about the range of possible outcomes, we could still be running $1 million deficit, or we could be running $1 million surplus. And so I think, as the year goes on, there's still a pretty big range in outcomes here. And I want to just highlight that even though on the financial statement, we have to put a specific number that is sort of our best guess as our current deficit, based on our spending year to date, based on what we know, we think we're sort of close to balanced, I would say, but there is sort of a big range here. I would be frankly very surprised if it fell out of that $1 million deficit, $1 million surplus range at the year end. But I just want to highlight, there is a lot of uncertainty left. We're still only a quarter of a way through the school year or so. And so we're still sort of carefully monitoring, carefully modeling. And just want to highlight that my crystal ball, to the extent that I have one, is pretty cloudy here. So I'm going to sort of keep us moving on to cash flow, which is perhaps the even more sort of cloudy here. Any questions, though, on the changes and implications so far in our fiscal picture? All right. So this is our best guess, and I'll say sort of this is our expected monthly beginning cash balance. So how much cash we had on hand at the start of the month. And you'll notice that we started the year relatively low, which is okay, still, well above sort of our minimum required amounts. And we had a couple of sort of big revenue sources that came in. These are things that were planned on, but from prior years or things like that, not necessarily huge surprises. This also includes, cashing, for example, our COVID checks from the federal government. So we went ahead and sort of cashed those checks before we spent the money. So that part of our big cash balance reflects that. That's sort of the good news. The good news is, I think, relative to a lot of the other districts in the area, our cash picture, so how much money we have sort of in our checking account, is relatively strong. The bad news is there's a set of state deferrals coming this spring that really takes away significant portions of our state revenue for sort of the back half of the year. The other thing is, this is also one where, Tam, to your point, state policy could dramatically change sort of what the picture looks like as the state sort of needs to balance their books. And this is also one of the hardest things to model accurately. There's often teams of accountants who are working on projects like this. So monitoring, how much we expect to spend by which month and which things, we can defer in June to make sure that we end the year sort of fiscally solvent. Is just very, very difficult. Now, we may come back to you. I want to just be clear about this. We may come back to you about applying for a TRAN note. And what those are, the states sort of set this up, but when they do these deferrals, they give you the opportunity to, and I'll explain this for the public, I assume many of you are familiar with this, but they basically give you the opportunity to apply for a low interest loan from the state. So districts cobble together, and they basically give you a short cash bridge to cover the fact the state's not fully paying what they initially promised in the budget. We're exploring applying for one. Now you'll see that we believe at this point with what we know, which is, again, cloudy, that we have a pretty good chance of making it through the end of the year and being sort of a good bit above zero. But there's a chance that out of an abundance of caution, as we sort of learn more, as December payroll comes in, we may think about seriously exploring applying for a TRAN note. I also just want to mention, we are, I think I'm much more nervous, I would say, about our cash situation, even though I think it's positive, than we are about our budget situation, because our cash situation is just, there's more variables and there's a little bit more uncertainty here. So again, nothing to necessarily worry about at this moment, but I may be coming back to you following up if we learn more or if there's things that you need to be aware of sort of as we forecast out in the spring, just because it's sort of a little bit of a higher stakes sort of situation. Does that make sense? I'm not trying to be alarmist, but I do want to sort of just be clear that this is a slide I'm probably most nervous about in the whole presentation. We are required to do a multi-year forecast. And so I want to sort of just highlight sort of what we've done so far and what it says. A couple of things to highlight. One is, as we mentioned, we've had sort of a big influx of one-time spending. A lot of that's due to the pandemic. And as we continue to see enrollment potentially continue to decline, we expect decline in revenues. There could be more changes in state funding formula. We are getting close to potentially moving to basic aid, sort of an interesting development. It's possible that there's going to be more COVID-related federal stimulus. It's possible to see increases in REF funding. It's possible to see sort of significant enrollment increases or enrollment decreases due to the pandemic. So this is difficult to sort of forecast, but here's kind of our best guess on this. And the general story here is, as enrollment declines, we're expecting to see declines in revenue. And because of that, there's going to likely be enrollment-driven sort of budget cuts, right? As you lose, say, 60 students, it sort of naturally follows that you would expect to cut 2 teachers, for example. Right. So not necessarily due to mismanagement or anything like that, but more just as sort of our enrollment shrinks, we need to think about making sure that our staff follows, so that we sort of have the right staff to student ratio, or the ratio that makes sense given our priorities and fiscal realities. So at the same time our revenues decreasing, our strategic plan called for significant new investments. And I think, we've sort of talked about increasing staff salaries, expanding early childhood. There's also going to be a need to really think about new investments to address learning loss. The early data is coming in, and we know, and I think we heard fairly eloquent testimony from a number of individuals, that our students are making less academic and social emotional learning progress than they would have otherwise. Addressing that is going to be expensive. We don't know exactly how much. I think we're sort of in the early stages of thinking about that, thinking about specific strategies to address that so that we can present those to you. But at the same time we see declining revenues, we are sort of seeing the need for increased expenditures, right? And that'll require, I think, another realignment about just, if we want to make increased investments, how do we plan on doing that in a sort of sustainable way that best serves our students? I also just wanted to highlight here, this is obviously sort of loosely tied to Strategic Priority 5, but we're also been talking about increasing our facilities, and we'll be excited to update, I think, more of that in the spring around how we plan on. Trustee Wilson, we certainly have you at a ribbon cutting at RMS at some point. So I think that's sort of, we feel the urgency here and are working to really invest in that as well. And I know Alex talked about that, sort of his vision at Los Robles. Sorry, Trustee, do you want to jump in? Do you want to make a comment on that?
No, I was going to say I would love to be at the ribbon cutting, please.
We wouldn't have it any other way. You got it. It almost seemed like you wouldn't be there for some reason. That seemed just wrong. So you might be thinking, you have sort of declining revenue and you've got sort of a need for rising expenditures. How are you thinking about that? And one thing that we're doing, even though we're required to produce and have produced multi-year forecasts, we did get funding from REF at the beginning of the year, and the board approved to invest in an extern to help us think about some of this long-term financial planning. And we're in the early stages of that. You can sort of see, hopefully blurry because it's still early stages, the model that we've been working on to really think about, what is our revenue going to look like under the next 6 years in detail? What would that mean if we explored rental, different rental strategies? We got leases coming up. Are we negotiating those aggressively or not? What does that mean for us? If we want to make all of the big investments that we talked about, how do we plan on doing that? And our goal here is to really think about how to better understand those trends, how to better understand those trade-offs, and present in a transparent and strategic way to the board, to our community, to our stakeholders, to our budget owners. Here's what we see happening in our budget, and here's sort of what we think your options are, right? Not necessarily what you should do. I don't know the answer. I'm not smart enough to answer that one, but here's sort of what some of the options are, how much they cost, and which of these things seem most compelling to you. So early stages of that, but we're hoping to sort of give you more updates from that as we go. Any questions on that? I know we're moving fairly quickly here. Maybe not quickly enough, but we're moving relatively quickly. All right, so I want to talk just a little bit about the SY21-22 budgeting process. I know we talked about this earlier. We were talking about the SY19-20 actuals. You may remember we got an extension. Statewide, there was an extension. It wasn't a us particular thing. And we'll be bringing those results to you in the spring. This is obviously sort of where we are today. And then we'll be coming back later this spring for sort of a second interim update. I want to talk a little bit just about SY21-22. We're in the early stages of thinking about, what does it look like for next year? What's a realistic revenue estimate? And how can we sort of start having that budget conversation with our budget owners, our community, and then eventually bringing it to the board earlier than I think we normally do, with the goal of giving everyone time to really think, digest, and make sure we're acting strategically on our budget, and then also having time to hire for those positions. So I know this may have historically happened sort of later in the summer or earlier in the summer. Our goal is to shift some of that process up earlier to allow for time for deeper engagement and really just both engagement, sort of within budget owners and engagement with the community. Right, so thinking sort of more deeply about that. Here's a little more detail about what that'll look like sort of as we go here. I think it's going to be a little bit more of a robust process, and I'm excited that we have 2 board members on our budget working group, which we'll talk about soon. They're helping us think about some of the trade-offs here and thinking about how we sort of keep things moving. Any questions on sort of the SY21-22 budgeting process? I know it seems sort of far away, but it is sort of ramping up on our end relatively early. Great. Well, I want to sort of highlight my last item, which is, I suppose, actually a separate item. I'm happy to present it twice. I'm not sure what the rules of order here are. I'm happy to present this item, which is a separate board item, or we can vote and hopefully approve 11A.
If it's a distinct board item, we need to wait until we reach that board item. So we should the board item we have right now before us. So is that the end of your presentation for this item, Will?
I will highlight that there is more to come on the transparency piece, but I will sort of stop and pull up on 11A, and I'll sort of end my presentation there.
Right, because the rest of it is for 11B, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so that is it. Could you not share your screen for a minute?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yes. Okay, I know board members had questions and comments along the way, but are there any additional questions or comments from the board? The only thing that kind of came to my mind, since the trustees already kind of got their questions answered, is when you were talking about the potential loan that we would be getting, increase cash flow, when would we need to apply? What would be the date to apply by? And when do you estimate being able to know if that's the staff recommendation to the board?
It's a good question. I think probably in several weeks. I think the deadline, I believe, is technically January 21st for us. There's a number of options. As I imagine none of you will be surprised to hear, I don't want to spend a single dollar going to a large bank to pay off interest on a loan that I'm annoyed we have to take out in the first place, right? So my hope is to not pay anything for this kind of loan. And there's other opportunities we have should the need arise, including borrowing from, say, Fund 25, which we've left a decent amount of money in, potentially borrowing from our bond fund, which could make sense in this particular instance. I think it is not a good habit to get into, and certainly not something I would ever want to do again. But in this situation, given where we are with RMS, there's a potential good option for that. I'm working closely with our good friend Jim Green on that. We're actually meeting tomorrow at 9:30, I think, on this. as well as a couple other topics. But I'm hoping to have, if we need to go that route, sort of early January, an update for you guys.
Got it. Yeah, because I think during my time here, I don't think we've ever had to get to the point of
A trend note.
doing something like this. So I'm just thinking about timeline and process and the considerations to being able to make a decision like that. If
I have a binder on my shelf here for Tran Note 2009, 2010. So I think it's happened. I think it's actually happened before, but it has been a little while.
Yeah.
We do have, I've learned through this process, a AAA bond rating.
It was before, for sure. So
yeah, it's been a while, and I hope it's not something I have to do during my first year.
So my question continues on to if we were to, let's say, apply and we get issued a bond and then we determine we're okay, what are the regulations around a bond like this? Are we able to just give the money back and not owe them anything?
Yes.
Or an amount of interest regardless because it was issued to us, and you know what is the rules around that?
There's we have a period where it's keeping our options open. And so one of the things I've already been doing is, you know, they reached out to us and said, are you interested? And I said, I'm happy to have the conversation, you know, not signing anything, but there's a couple more sort of steps before we are locked into anything. And I don't believe we'd be locked into anything for several more months. I think some of that depends on specifically when we would need the cash and for how long we would need the cash. So it's difficult to sort of estimate the specifics of some of this yet. But I'm very hopeful that we will not need it. But we do have a bit of time before we have to sort of put money down.
Got it. Okay, so I look forward to hearing more about that. If we do feel like we have to go in a direction, I feel like the earlier we can have the conversations, the better. And then I just think about your overall presentation on where we are financially, our budget, and you know, fortunately, we had a lot of one-time monies come in that helped offset what could have been more of a financial strain. But we can't depend or rely on one-time money, even foundation money, because, you know, we still have yet to see, I think, the full consequences of COVID-19 financially. And when there's an effect on the economy, even generous givers have to become conservative. Not maybe all of them, but some that would traditionally give or give more would potentially not be giving in the same way or at all. So I don't like to be dependent on relying on monies from not just one-time monies, but from foundation monies. I want us to plan as if just on what we know for a fact we're going to get. And then anything beyond that would kind of be obviously the cherry on the top. But I'm happy to hear that we are going to start early planning to look at what the budget looks like, what kind, you know, where we're headed, what decisions we have to make, if any, to make sure we're solvent and continue to be moving forward. The sooner the better, in my opinion, to start having these conversations. I don't want to feel like we're going to have to make potentially any significant decisions in a rushed way, in a time sensitive way. If we know this is where we're headed, let's plan accordingly. Let's space it out and be able to have good conversation that leads us to the right decisions and also allows for community engagement and conversation. So that's just my last comment in relation to this.
Yeah, President Polito, if I can add to that, I think our staff agrees that we want to make sure that we're not just simply solvent, but we're, you know, it's not good enough to be solvent. I mean, we need to be strategic. So as we were talking about the decrease in enrollment, what are the implications around making sure we have the right staff to student ratio? In addition to long-term planning, we don't want to be dependent on, we want to be able to stand on our own 2 feet. And so there was a slide that Will presented around the strategic priorities and future investments. So we definitely want to look at strategic priority 5, where we want to evaluate and look at our facilities to see too what and how it can help us with our revenue.
And I do want to say for the record, that is something that is already happening on the facilities committee, subcommittee of the board. We have been having active conversations about how to better use our spaces, our facilities. How do we help generate more revenues for the district that would go to our general fund and not be restricted? Those are conversations already underway. But I feel like we're gonna have to go beyond that to make this work. So
right, that takes a lot of time, right? So we have to be fiscally responsible, as well as long-term plan. And so the facility, what we've invested in our facilities, that won't come into fruition for another couple years. So what do we do in the interim?
A lot to consider, a lot to discuss, and Trustee Wilson's probably happy she's exiting to the left after this meeting.
Well, I through the chair, I was actually going to make a comment. One is that I was on the board during the time when we had to do a tran. We just literally, we got to the point where we needed cash. I would encourage the board to consider the Fund 25 before you go that way. But more than anything else, I want to encourage the board and the staff to, this is a very good presentation. It was very thorough. It's very clear. I would encourage you to meet with all the new board members individually so that you can go over that and they can get a good understanding of the budget and how it's going to, and the implications. Because if you're going to start working on this in the spring, you don't want them coming up with questions. So between this time and now, it would be a good thing to meet with them and just bring them up to speed. But overall, it's a good presentation.
Yes, I appreciate the way you broke it down and the charts and the graphs that allowed us to visually see what you were talking about. Thank you for that presentation. This is an action item, but before we take any action, Solomon, are there any speakers on this item?
Yes, there are two. The first is Rhonda White. I'm going to promote to panelist now.
All right.
And she's promoted. Hi, Rhonda.
Hello. So I'm going to have something to say, Will, because you usually say you're awfully quiet, Rhonda. So of course I have something to say because of that. Just two things. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Rhonda White, RTA president. One is, are there, from our previous budgets, as you've navigated through them, are there any funds or chunks of money that we have not had big spending and maybe we have some cost savings from them, either from contracts or other things? That would be nice if we could have some just some more information on that. I also too want to say thank you for the budget and the way that it's laid out and making all the attempts and efforts to be as transparent as possible and to really, as I like to hear it said, put it in layman's terms. So it's very easy to understand. Budgets and codes are notorious for being elusive. So that's something I'd like, and we can do that at another time as well, but it'd be nice to know what are those pockets of monies that we've been able to save that have helped us offset some of that cost. That's all. Thank you.
President Polito, if I may, Rhonda, I think one of the things I can mention right off the top of my head is funds that we use for council, going from private council to using county council funds. So, Will, maybe you could speak about how much we save there, but that is one example.
Yeah, and first of all, Rhonda, I appreciate you. I was wondering if you were going to be a first or a second speaker. I wasn't sure which one it was going to be. I think it's a sort of tricky question to answer. The short answer is we post on our website our budget tables, which reflect the changes from our adopted budget to our interim budget and the changes therein. And so you can see for each line, what the change was. I think though, to your second point, Rhonda, it's tricky to read that because you don't necessarily know why the books line went down. Was it because we shifted the books to grants or unrestricted funds like that? And so it's a little bit of a tricky question to answer, and it's extra tricky in a year where we've been working to sort of realign our spending. So it's hard to know if something moved because we perhaps budgeted a little bit high initially and then spent it low. You know, for things like legal fees, I think it's a really good example. So Gina, I believe the numbers here, I believe last year we spent maybe, I think it was 2.5 million in legal fees, and this year we're on track for closer to 300,000 or 500,000. I don't know off the top of my head. It was a significant reduction. However, that was included in our first budget. And so it's not necessarily savings that we've generated over the course of this year. It was actually a fairly big reduction. Similarly on substitutes, and again, it's getting a little late for me, and so I may be a little bit groggy, and I'm happy to sit down with anyone and go through this in detail. But for example, on those substitute costs, I believe we actually almost zeroed out that line at the start of the year. And so it's not necessarily savings from our adopted budget to our current budget because we made a fairly aggressive budget reduction in the initial budget, right? And so, you know, but again, I think there are some lines, and there naturally are some lines where we spent a little bit less than we initially budgeted. And so I think it's a question of where are those, and is the reduction you may see in those tables because we are truly spending less than expected, or is it because we've recategorized it in a way that we think is sort of strategic and appropriate? I hope that makes sense. I'm getting a little fuzzy, I think, later in the evening.
You're good. I'm just thinking about that was good to know that some line items have been zeroed out from the start.
Of course.
If we come back to school, you would have to unline items, zero out substitutes, because if teachers are on campus and on school, they could then potentially need a sub. It's a little different. So just make sure that understanding, and so I'm glad to hear that, so I understand that, so I can ask some questions differently as well.
Sure, and you know, I think there's some lines where we're thinking about, you know, our gasoline, we're doing some food runs, but maybe if students came back in 3 months or 6 months or 2 months, what would that mean for some of those budgets? And remember how I sort of said there's that range of outcomes? That's what I'm talking about here to some extent, right? And so we're trying to do some of the scenario planning to really understand which lines would be impacted by that. It's just hard to answer overall, if that makes sense.
All right, we have another speaker, I believe, Solomon.
Yes, we have. Let's see. I'm going to promote. Oh, did she drop her hand? Yeah. She must have dropped her hand. It was Miss Sembrano, but I don't see her hand raised. Michelle, raise your hand again if you... Oh, there you are. Okay. I'm promoting you now. Okay, you can speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can somebody hear me? I'm not sure if I can.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. I guess my overall and Will, that was a lot to go through at 10 o'clock at night. So I'm trying to process it all, but my impression is that we're trying to get a handle of the budget and the finances, just to boldly say that. And I guess my question is, where are we in that process? And I haven't looked through the full line item details. Just in terms of understanding, right? Because fiscal responsibility is very important to avoid having to make very difficult decisions that have consequences, right? That are more expensive in the long run. So I'm just curious, what is being done to correct that? And I don't have a lot of history that would kind of change the direction, you know, kind of short and long term. And then I guess my second comment would be, you know, there's been a mention that we want to stand on our own 2 feet. around just financials, but we can't neglect the fact that REF is 20% of the budget, right? I mean, they provide a significant source of funds, and if it's not them and enrollment continues to go down, and we want to stand on our own 2 feet, where would that come from?
Thank you for the questions. They're both good ones, and I'm thinking about how to answer. I mean, I think you made the observation that you're not too familiar with the budget, and I laughed a little bit because I think I'm new to it too, and I think part of what's been happening over the last couple of months is me just really learning here. Budgets are sort of living documents that reflect the values and priorities of an organization, so they're never really done. You know, in terms of, I think, where we are in transparency, I think we're in the middle stages. I think, you know, a lot of it's been me trying to learn sort of our budget so that I can articulate it clearly. And I think there's obviously room for improvement there. I think part of it is also just getting our books to align with our organization, which has just changed a lot over the last 5 years. And so really making sure that we're sort of fully aligned there. So I think we're sort of in the middle stages of getting it there, but I think maybe the best answer is when people come to the board meetings and say, I feel like I understand the budget, that's when we'll know we'll sort of have the transparency piece sort of fully right. And I don't know that we're there yet, but I'm hoping we're moving in that direction. I think we'll stop.
The question related to like, you know, we're talking about figuring out how to financially sustain ourselves independent of REF, right? REF is something REF funds are funds we're always welcome and accept and are happy and excited about. But we cannot become so reliant that if they don't fund, that we're not able to sustain ourselves. And that's the point of kind of the discussion we're having now is start talking about early planning. What can we do? What changes can we make? I think part of the consideration is to discuss what do we do in the facilities? How can we maximize that? What changes can be made there to generate more revenue? So that was one of the considerations that we briefly touched on, but there's more to consider. Make sure that appropriate staffing size. And also, I mean, a big part of this conversation is if we can figure out how to slow declining enrollment, guess what? That helps us out financially as well, right? Stabilizing enrollment, increasing enrollment, that's going to be a big factor. So campaigning, you know, figuring out campaigns around that. How do we strategically think about bringing students back? How stop bleeding out, right? Those are the types of conversations that we're going to have at the board and as a community to allow us to be able to stand on our own 2 feet at some point. And like I said, that's not to say that we're not going to continue to receive foundation funds. That doesn't mean we're not going to be going out looking for grants, right? There's a lot of grants out there that can help supplement a lot of spending that we have in certain areas. And that's something that we're also thinking about, right? To cover expenses. We're still going to be looking for additional revenues, but we also have to figure out how to stabilize ourselves in other ways. So that is the conversation that we're having now, right? Let's start having deep conversations, those challenging conversations together and start planning out for what the future looks like. Because we've been trying to stop the bleeding for the last couple of years. We've been making some amputations to try to keep us alive, but now we have to think in terms of growth, right? How to kind of turn this ship and go in a different direction than it's currently headed. So, Trustee Wilson, I see you want to share.
Yeah, because I definitely do not want to leave people with the impression is that this is the first time that we're tackling this problem. We've been over the past 3 years. Will happens to be new as our financial manager, but this is not anything that we are just beginning to tackle. That's why we had to close some of the sites. So again, I just don't want, I want to make sure that people understand that this is not a new topic that we're just beginning to explore. We've been grappling with this for the last 3 years, and the board will continue to focus on that, always looking for ways that we can increase the revenues as well as make sure that the district will remain solvent.
Thank you. And just to remind everybody, our school mergers had to do with that work, right? We made significant cuts not that long ago to our budget that had to do with that. So, but the conversation doesn't end. That's why we're here tonight. The conversation continues, and we have to continue to have new conversations and think, and also think outside the box and figure out new and different ways to figure out these financial troubles or conversations that we're having. I believe that is all the speakers, and you are done with this portion, Will. So if there is nothing else from the board, I will entertain a motion to approve item 10A. No, I'm sorry, not 10A, 11A.
Through the chair, then I will make the motion that we approve of the 2021 first interim financial report.
I'll second.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
President Polito, Vice President Wilson,
Yes.
Trustee Shibomihi.
Aye.
Motion carries 3-0. All right, that takes us to the second part of your presentation, Will. To build a dynamic budget visualization.
Don't worry, this isn't the second half of the presentation. This is just the final eighth of the presentation. So don't worry, it's be much shorter. I think it's such a good point. I just want to echo it that this is obviously, I am sort of joining at the tail end of a conversation that's been going on since the district was founded about, how can we be transparent, strategic with our spending? And as we sort of think about this budget cycle, I do want to continue to emphasize transparency and continue to make that a priority, both in alignment with strategic priority number 5 and just help folks understand. So we're doing a couple of things here. One is just increased public engagement, especially sort of as we start thinking about SY 21-22, starting earlier, giving folks time and opportunity to comment and suggest so that we can really incorporate, I think, community values into this process. That'll likely, we'll see what the pandemic looks like, but beyond board meetings, hopefully some other public events to help our community members understand what we're investing in and make sure that's aligned with what they want. I mentioned this earlier, but I've been working on our multi-year sort of plan, a long-term financial plan, to really help make those trade-offs clear. It's a big sort of focus area of our budget working group. Sort of the last thing I want to talk about a little bit today is our budget visualization piece. So as part of that grant from RAF earlier in this year, we do have some funds sort of already set aside beginning of this year to make our budget more transparent. As part of that, we wanted to really think about our budget's unique in a lot of ways. And when we sort of looked at different options and tried to find ways to do that, we found that there's, I think, a need for some kind of customized piece of software here. So we're excited. We reviewed a lot of vendors. We talked to different folks. We explored a bunch of different options. The sort of tool that made the most sense for us is actually currently used by BPS. And I was involved in this at BPS. So just wanted to sort of declare that. I want to be very careful in looking at multiple vendors to make sure that the people that we hired a couple of years ago are still sort of the right people to hire. We did a robust bid then. We wanted to do the same thing now. Because they've already sort of developed this tool, they ended up being significantly cheaper than others because they can sort of repackage this tool in some ways. But just to give you sort of a quick sense as to how it works, there's a homepage where you can see different school budgets, the central office budget, the school services budget centrally that we talked about earlier. And then you can kind of see by department what each department, has as its subcomponents. So you can say in operations or MOT, we have maintenance, operations, transportation, and then include those activities. Yeah.
You do presentation style because it's really hard to see your screen.
Sure.
And follow.
Let me try and make it as big as possible. I mean, I think, we're trying to get more of the gist of it. I think the perks of building a customizable software, is that better?
It helped.
Part of building a customized software is,
I don't think you're in present mode.
I think present mode, did that get better?
Okay, just carry on, carry on.
Sorry. So, I think part of what we're trying to do here is have a tool that allows us really to see in different sort of subsections and really think about, hey, here are the levels of our spending. Here's an individual department. Here are the parts within that department. Here are the activities within that department. And make it clear in English and in Spanish. Here's what the activities are. Here's how much we're spending on them. Here's sort of how much that costs per student. And then also see the same thing at individual schools. So allow individual schools to see sort of our parents to go on, see how that money is spent at their school, what those supplies are going to, and sort of why the schools are spending it that way. This is not what our tool is going to look like. Our tool is going to be customized to sort of our needs here, and that's what that scope allows for. But I just wanted to sort of give a sample of what this could look like, or what parts of this may look like, to kind of get a sense of it's going to be something that sits on our website, sits on our finance page. There's no long-term cost or anything associated to that. So we'll own it, we'll maintain it. Not that there will be much maintenance for it. But it'll basically allow our community to come in, click around the website, see what we're spending our money on, answer some of the questions that maybe Ms. White has already asked in ways that are sort of clear, aligned to our budget. And I think hopefully will be sort of a nice, innovative way for our community to engage with our budget in an easier, simpler to use way. Any questions on the tool or the contract or the approach?
Is that the end of the presentation?
That's the end. I'll stop sharing my screen unless anybody wants to see that video again.
Oh no, it was cool. I didn't want to interrupt the flow. Okay, so
No worries, I know it's late.
That is a proposal. It's okay. We've gone later at times. Any questions or comments about this item, this proposal? No? Trustee Wilson, go ahead.
The only comment I was going to say is I think it's great because when I hosted a community forum around the budget, I had to take all these pamphlets with me and all these pages, and people are flipping through things. So this is a much easier way for people to be able to have a visual on the budget and have a better understanding of it. So I love it.
I am equally excited because I think it'll also clarify a lot of misinformation that is out in the community about how we spend, how much money we have to spend, and it'll give them an understanding of what we're working with here and how we're managing our dollars and how we're being accountable to the public. I am super excited about this. I think they'll be able to see how much of our funds are actually restricted. And it'll give them a new understanding of why there are limitations to our investments in certain programs or whatever initiatives that people ideally like for us to invest into. So I think it's great, and I'm excited to add it, not just for ourselves but for our community. So thank you for this. Are there any speakers, Solomon?
No speakers.
All right, then I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Through the chair, I'll make a motion to approve item 11B.
I'll second.
All right, roll call, please.
President Polito?
Aye.
Vice President Wilson?
Yes.
Trustee Chabot-Mihin?
Aye.
Motion carries 3-0. Okay, so we're at the end of the agenda, but we're also at the end of our scheduled meeting. So we will need a vote to extend it to finish off with our last couple of items, which I don't think would take very long.
So,
yes.
Through the chair, yeah. 15 minutes, you think?
Maybe. I would say go 30 just in case, since you can only attend once. So even though hopefully we won't go 30.
Yes.
Okay. So then through the chair, I'd like to make a motion that we extend the meeting for another 30 minutes.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
President Polito? Vice President Wilson?
Yes.
Trustee Chabot-Mihin?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries 3-0. Thank you, ladies. All right, so 12A, I'm not sure if to vote on this because we had a board member that was present and then left the meeting, so I don't think it applies.
Yeah, it doesn't apply.
Okay. So then that takes us to item 12B, which is a consideration to approve the provisional appointment of Mele K. Latu to fill the vacancy on the Board of Trustees for a term expiring in December 2022. So, as many of our community members know, we had a board vacancy due to a resignation. We conducted a process. We interviewed candidates publicly last week. And in the end, we decided to move forward with Mele Latu, who is a longtime or lifetime, I would say, resident of East Palo Alto. I believe attended Ravenswood City School District schools, went on to graduate, get her bachelor's, and has invested the majority of her adult life working in East Palo Alto. She worked with our students at both Ronald McNair and Cesar Chavez. And her work is with nonprofit work, and also specifically when she worked with our students, it was under mental health services, interventions, and working with some of our most challenged students, behaviorally speaking. And we felt that her background was an important voice to be added to our board, with especially right now going in, having COVID, so many of our students dealing with anxiety and depression because of isolation due to distance learning. We thought that this perspective was needed on our panel. And additionally, she's also a Pacific Islander. We have a board member in over 14 years, I think. It's actually been 14 years because it was even before Trustee Wilson's time, and Trustee Wilson has been here 12 years. And elections are every 2 cycles. So Pacific Islander, not for a lack of desire. I'm gonna stop my video because it says it's unstable. Not for a lack of desire. A couple elections we've had Pacific Islanders run for office, and we just felt like this was an appropriate time to designate someone with that background, not just culturally, but through her professional experience, her educational experience, and her community experience. So tonight, we are formally voting to appoint Mele Latu, and although we're going to be appointing her tonight, she will be sworn in with the new members at our upcoming meeting next week. So unless there are any further questions or comments or speakers, we can formally approve this appointment, and I will entertain a motion to do so.
There is one hand raised.
Oh, okay. All right. Yes, Miss Rhonda White.
Okay, Rhonda, I'm promoting you. You can speak. There you are.
Thank you. I'm gonna be real brief. I just want to say thank you to the board for having a process, following through. Though challenging, it was still a great process. And we've also made a decision quickly that did not cost us $400,000. So I appreciate you three coming together and taking care of the business that benefits the students of the Ravenswood City School District. And I will, as well as the others, welcome Mele with open arms, along with the other 2 board members, and just thank you again for your hard work and your leadership and your quick decision. RTA appreciates it.
Thank you very much, Ms. White, for sharing the words. As you noted, it was not an easy process, and there was a lot of great candidates, but we came to a resolution, and we felt the burden of the financial obligation upon us. So here we are. Okay, so Trustee Wilson made the motion. I will second it, and I will ask for a roll call, please.
I haven't made it yet.
Oh. I thought I heard you say I moved.
No, but I will.
Go ahead. Make the formal.
I'll make the motion that we approve the provisional appointment of Mele K. Latu to fill the vacancy on the board for the term expiring on December 2022.
Thank you. I will second that. Roll call, please.
President Polito.
Aye.
Vice President Wilson.
Aye.
Trustee Shabomaheen.
Aye.
Motion carries 3-0. I don't know if Ms. Latu's in the space tonight, but
Yes, she is.
okay, we want to say congratulations, Ms. Latu, and we're gonna have you speak and say your words at the swearing in ceremony next week, along with the other board members. But thank you for participating tonight, already being an active member of the board. And I think we actually have some other of our incoming board members on here too. We have Alexander.
All of them.
Ronnie and Jenny are there too, yeah.
All of them are there.
They're already members. They're with us at the late night hours here. Okay. All right. So next is board policy revisions.
Correct. This is the second reading. So the board had received the first reading. This is for action.
All right. If there are no questions from the board or comments, I don't see any speakers. This is our second reading. I'll entertain a motion to approve item 12C.
Through the chair. I'll make the motion that we approve of the board policy revisions.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
President Polito. Vice President Wilson.
Yes.
Trustee Shabomaheen.
Aye.
Motion carries 3-0. That takes us to board communications. Any board communications? No, nothing. I will end the meeting with a quick comment about Trustee Marilena Gaona Mendoza. This is also her last meeting. And she will no longer be serving on the board, but I would like to recognize her for her 4 years of public service. I believe that she voiced her perspective during time on the board, and you know, she added a new perspective to the board, and I think that's helpful. I don't think that we always all need to think about things in the same way in the same way. I think challenging one another to think about things in different ways, but obviously all working together to be able to find solutions and whatnot is the key component of that. But I did want to take a moment and just recognize her. She's an outgoing board member. I'm sure she'll continue to be involved in community or even at Ravenswood in other capacities. But, you know, we want to say thank you for her 4-year term served, and we wish her all the best. And yeah, just wanted to say a couple comments to that. All right, so our next regular board meeting is January 21st. However, we do have a special board meeting scheduled for, I believe, December 15th, which will be the swearing in of new members and the reorganization of the board. So it's not on our agenda, but I will make that note. December 15th. It'll be a very short meeting, but we do have a special meeting. So if we don't see you at our special meeting, we will see you again January 21st, 2021. I wish you all a good night. Congratulations, Trustee Wilson.
Thank you.
I have to say goodbye, so I'll say I'll see you soon. And I'll adjourn this meeting at 10:38 p.m. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, bye.
Bye, Trustee Wilson.
Bye.
Wilson.
Hey, Solomon, I'll come by tomorrow and bring the laptop.
Okay.
Oh, and then I can give you your gifts.
Okay.
Your cupcakes. Bye, y'all. Have a